Good morning. Hello. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. How many people are here, were also here on yesterday? Wow. Thank you very much for coming again. Today is a better day, like, climate weather-wise. So glad to have you back. This is day 2 of the AI Marketing Summit. We are getting started. We have a shorter program today. But we have our day 2 keynote speaker, Rishabh Jain, who's the CMO at Box. She will be joining us momentarily. There she is. And I will hand it over to her. Let's get you set up. Yes. You can take a few.
It should be.
Okay.
What do you want me to do here? Mirror?
Yeah.
So, just like that? Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me just put Do Not Disturb on.
You want this mic or you want that mic?
Probably that one.
Okay.
What do you think? Can I have both or no?
Yeah, they both are on.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Oops. All right, so let's get here. Is it working? It's working. Awesome. Okay, so I'm so happy to have everybody here today and all of the people that are online as well. And if you're watching this after the fact, it's all great. We just want to share information with you. At Box, I am the CMO. I am passionate about sharing information about how AI and content are coming together and how this is transforming businesses. And specifically because the conference today is for marketers, I'm going to focus on how AI and content can work together for marketers, as well as how, as marketers at Box, we're thinking about adopting AI technology. So I've been at Box for like a year and a month, basically. And it is unbelievable to me to see how our jobs are changing every single day with the advent of AI. I think back to when I started in September of last year, and we were talking about how we were gonna launch product that actually used AI, and we were thinking about how like eventually we would use that, change what we're doing, change our workflows, and it is like literally transformational in terms of what is going on. We, in May and June, which seems like ages ago now, I mean, like, think about how fast everything's been moving. May and June seems like a whole decade ago, and we were really curious what's happening in the IT landscape, because obviously IT leaders are shaping a lot of how AI is adopted in a business. We did our own survey of 1,300 IT leaders globally. That's for SMB businesses all the way up to enterprise. And what we found that 90% of them said that they were in the process of investing in AI next year. Now, I've been in my career in the Valley here in tech since 1996. And there has never been a time that I have worked at a company, and I've worked at Adobe, Salesforce, Apple, big companies that have made it really well. Never have I been in a place where 90% of the people are saying they're going to invest in the space that I am actually trying to sell something. So this is like on its own just crazy in terms of what's going on with this technology and how people are so quickly adopting. We also found that 30% of these people felt like they would definitely see productivity gains in their business over the next 3 years by using AI. And at the time, people were already using what we would call kind of basic use cases, but I'm sure all of you have already started doing things like writing emails and improving your communications with the use of AI. And one of the things that we're seeing now, so fast forward now to today, is that AI agents are starting to proliferate so much that it's not just changing like the landscape of what's going on in a company, it's changing what individuals are doing day to day. one thing that's been like really transformational is that we're seeing that if an employee manages an agent versus if you actually try to say like, hey, we're going to sell this in and it's going to replace your employees, that like you actually see more productivity. So I was at a conference and people were talking about like ways that you can sell AI. Well, one way is that you go to the head of customer success or the head of marketing and you say, hey, you have 50 people and actually I can replace 25 of them. And maybe the CIO and the CFO are super excited about that, but the head of CS and the head of marketing are like, no, I like my team. I don't want to get rid of half my team. Like, this is a no-go for me. What I want is I want to do more work and I want to get more done and I want to achieve my goals faster. And so what happens is that if you sell to those same people and you say, hey, like, you know, in CS, you have one CSM and that CSM is managing 50 accounts. What if tomorrow they could manage 100? CSM's like, I need that software. I need that software right now. You tell marketing you can double the amount of leads and the conversion off your leads. Oh, I need that right now. And so what we're seeing is that individual contributors today, who maybe in like the old world would have been like 5 to 10 years before they became managers, are becoming managers of agents. And that's one thing that everybody needs to think about on your team. What are you doing to make your team successful in working with agents? You're talking about people maybe that are 2 to 5 years out of school, and now they are managing teams of agents versus people, but they still need to understand, how do I delegate work? How do I maintain accountability? How do I maintain quality and really deliver and not have sort of like a hallucination moment where all of a sudden like something bad's happening in your company? And we know for a fact that we're moving to a place where there's more AI agents in a company than there are knowledge workers. So this is a really important thing to consider. We've seen already that there's a major shift, and we see it in 3 waves. So how many of you have used AI to help you write emails, order your groceries, whatever? Yes, not surprised. Here in the Bay Area, that's like 90% of people. If you haven't done that, you're probably a laggard and you're wondering, like, what am I going to do for my job? So we've seen this already. It's, you know, individual productivity and the use of AI. This was even available before we got to the world of agents. Now we're in the world definitely of agents, and instead of just having people do the work where they have to sit there and interact with AI, agents can go and do the work while the humans go to do something else. And this is where you start to really get this productivity gain. And it's still really related to like maybe the work that I would initiate myself versus things that are going across teams in marketing, across teams from marketing to sales, across teams from marketing sales to finance or whatever. And so this is the third wave, which is this wave of autonomous agents that are working cross-functionally across an enterprise. And this is where we're all headed. When we did our survey back in May and June, 41% of companies said that they were already doing this and that they were already seeing massive productivity gains. They were seeing 37% gains, which is like really high and was the highest amount of gain that people were measuring. And so we basically set out and we said, how can we help people understand to do this better? And we created an ebook. So we have 2 ebooks. You can get all this information if you go to our website. One was the survey that I've been giving the stats about, and the other is like, how do I become an AI first company? And in that ebook, what we did is we broke out this matrix, and we basically said, how can you get to the highest productivity? How do you get to like cross-functional organizational change with AI? And it's really about these 2 axes. How do you find the workflows in your company that are repeatable? They have like high repeatability, maybe across multiple people. So one thing, for example, and I'll talk about it later, is like SDRs, cold calling, replying to emails and things like that. I mean, depending on your company, you're doing that thousands of times a day, not even in like a week. It's like, you know, hundreds of thousands by the end of the month. So that's something that you can look at, like that's highly repeatable. And then like, what is the actual critical information, which gets back to the content. So back to this idea of like the AI and the content. And so if you can identify these workflows that are in the top right, this is where you start to see huge productivity gains. And historically, businesses have been able to do automation. Automation isn't new. The thing that's new, and you may not realize, is that 90% of the content that you have, the data that you have in your organization, is unstructured data. And IBM did a lot of research around this, like even in the past 5 to 10 years. The unstructured data, basically, we haven't been able to do anything. You can't like automate what's happening with your videos. You can't automate cutting them down to smaller snippets. You can't automate what was said in them and all those kinds of things. This is what AI is empowering. And guess what? Marketers, the worst in growing this bucket of unstructured data. All of your videos that you're creating, all of the snippets of your videos, all of the photography that you're creating of like, you know, your ad campaigns. We had an event in Chicago yesterday, and a woman from like a major P&G company was saying like, hey, I have hundreds of thousands of images of my consumer packaged goods on shelves in stores and all these other things that like I haven't been able to do anything with. But I have all of those images in Box, and I was able to use your search agent to basically search across and identify like where do I have inconsistencies, what's happening in this imagery, like, you know, all of these things that they could now learn from just buckets and buckets of photography. So this is the change that we're seeing. And the most important thing for you to understand about agents and this like 3-step process toward productivity is that you get 0 productivity when the agents have bad data. 0. If you cannot get your agents to the data, you don't see anything. And there was a study that was done, it's quoted all the time, about how like 95% of agentic workflow tests basically fail in a month. 1, I think it's like too short of a time to measure. But 2 is you have to think about how you're bringing your data and your agents together, because otherwise you can't get anything done. And so the companies that are going to thrive in this new world are the companies that can actually make and take advantage of their unstructured data. And this is what we're trying to do at Box. At Box, we basically started on this curve. Initially, we started with experimentation, and we basically just said like, hey, everybody innovate, figure out what it is that you want to do, and let's have like rampant innovation that's happening. Our event team was tasked with figuring out how do we actually monitor and put goals out for our sales and our CS team to get people to our upcoming BoxWorks event. They took all of the historical data, they took all public benchmarks that were available for like how are people attending and what are the curves for attendance on events that are available publicly now, and they put it all together and they said, agent, please build a pacing chart for us to get to the successful registration. And we were able to use it to like flag when we were having alerts that like we weren't hitting our goals, and also to build that pacing target based on what we would think would work. And guess what? It worked. The other thing that we've been doing is atomizing long-form content into short-form content. We've tripled the amount of content that we're putting out in YouTube, in social, X, LinkedIn, et cetera. And we're doing that by, you know, using agents in order to be able to break down the content that we have. And then finally, we're using the agents also to identify like where is the valuable content? Where are the keywords that we really want to cover from a presentation, a podcast, whatever? And then how do we break down those little snippets? So this is what we originally started, just experiments in bringing our content to the data. We also have been transforming that highly repeatable like SDR flow. And so we've done 2 things. The first is that we use a tool called User Gems to track when our customers actually move and go to another company. So we know that they were advocates in their company, but now they're somewhere else. So like probably they're low-hanging fruit to help us bring Box into that company too. And so what we did is we said, okay, well, we have this data from User Gems. We know who this person is. Now we know what industry they're in their new company, the size of the company, the top use cases that we have as Box use cases, et cetera. And the agent just writes an entire outreach sequence for the SDRs. The onboarding for the SDRs is faster because they don't have to learn as much. The consistency is like 10x of what it was, and the conversion that we're seeing off of these very personalized emails is so much better than what was happening when we were just asking SDRs to write personalization themselves. We found that it's a little bit hard to prompt this ourselves and to like build this agent. And so what we did is we worked with our data science team to say, hey, can you actually build some models off the back end of like what a customer would want to do with Box and what we could recommend they do to increase their usage of Box. And so then we actually built out a much more interesting template. You can see from what's here on the right versus what's on the left, like this is just a lot of copy. It's very personalized, it's very relevant to this person. But on the left now we have like data graphs and different things that are much more engaging. And so now all the SDR has to do is say, hey, I'm trying to reach somebody at Humanic, and they put in like humanic.ai or humanic.com, sorry, I don't remember. And it basically generates this entire chart for the SDR. They don't have to do anything else. It's like unbelievable. And so, we can continue to advance how the agents are working. The third phase of agentic autonomous workflow also sees the highest improvement when you 100% throw out the way you used to do things and think, with AI and the capabilities of AI, how would I do it differently? And so here's an example of how we're just 100% rethinking how we do content marketing and what we would do. We have agents that actually look at the topics that are trending out in like the sphere for our audiences. We have the same agent is looking at what are our executives like Aaron Levy, who posts like 8 times a day on 3 different platforms. And we look at what are those topics that are basically being discussed. And that becomes the ideation and like the research. So ideation, it aligns, it says these are the top topics. Okay, go out and research these topics. If we were gonna talk about them, what is everybody else already saying versus what would we wanna say? And then they draft the actual copy. Here's like 3 blog posts that you could write that would basically be on these topics. And then we have another LLM. So we have the LLMs checking each other, which is also a really good thing to do if you have a platform that allows you to do that. And we have an editor agent. And the editor agent is a different LLM than the draft and creator agent. And then from there, we have a human review what's being written. And then we have a separate, after that stuff's been published and after it's been like built out, then we have an agent that breaks it down into like more social, small pieces of content. So that's been some of the evolution. We have a lot more that's going on in Box and like the adoption of AI. But I think the thing that I wanted to get across, and I only have 5 more minutes, is to like really create a framework for you of like, how do you do this? And the answer is that there isn't one way. So from my point of view, there's 3 ways to get started with AI. One is that you build in-house. A lot of the audience here I know is startups, which means that you have lots of builders, more builders than you have marketers. And so that's probably something that you're looking to do all the time. The second is, you already have a tech stack. So what is the AI that's been enabled in your existing tech stack? So, almost every SaaS tool at this point has layered in AI into what it is that they're doing. And the third is, how do we adopt new tools, AI native solutions, which every day there's like another 50 of them. But how do you really look at AI native solutions, new ways of solving maybe old problems, but because of the advent of AI, like people have thought from the ground up about a different way to do it. One thing that we talk about a lot on this idea of AI and content is, if you're gonna build, how are you gonna build? It's very, very important. We pride ourselves on being very strong in security and governance. That's how we've differentiated in our former storage and sharing days. And we're bringing that forward in terms of how we actually bring AI to our customers. But this is a critical component of what you need to think about when you are thinking about building yourself. How are you managing the security and the governance of what content in your organization gets seen by the agents and by all of the people who are now getting access to it? A human knows that the work that is in a folder created by Aaron Levy, the CEO co-founder, is not something you want to share publicly. An agent just sees content. Bits and bytes, that's all they see. So if it is not securely placed in a way that has governance on it, of like who gets to see it, when does it get to see it, et cetera, you are now creating big security challenges for yourself. Not only that, when you think about like what's going on in your organization with new tools, with bringing your content to the LLM versus bringing the LLM to your content, you have potential like opportunities to create security risks for breaches within your company. So this is one of our like total foundational messages for everyone, is really think about security and governance when you are building yourself. Think about how you are creating access controls for various groups of people in terms of what are they giving to which agents? Where do the agents see it? Who has it? Does it honor the permissions that you would have had in the old days in terms of who should see the content or not? Also, how are you setting up your RAG so that you're like parsing your information, but that's also done in a secure way? Maybe double think about how the content is leaving your building. Are you actually pushing your content out to a place where that's now becoming the training for every single LLM out in the world, in which case your answers of how you do things are no longer your IP? And finally, what kinds of content are you trying to decode? There's lots of technologies like, OCR and, image recognition and other things that, whatever your engine you're using may be good or bad at, versus if you get a tool that's like great at this and you plug it in with your agent as well. The second thing is like the easiest. I think this is the easiest. And actually, if I just go back one for a second, as marketers, I think the most important thing here is like, there are marketers who know how to do all this themselves. They're like super early adopters, and it's not necessarily like you can see in their resume, like what would create the marketer that knows how to do all this, build on your own LLM agent and workflow work. I think, this is something that we should all be screening for when we are interviewing to bring people into our teams now, and understanding how AI native are people, how curious are people, how adaptable are people. But also there's tons of new roles that are starting to be formed in marketing teams. And it reminds me, like back in 2010 and 2011, I was trying to modernize the tech stack at Salesforce as a way for us to start to show like better growth in our demand gen planning. And there were a lot of new tools that were starting to use like early day AI and like, real like language model, prior to Gen AI. And it was super challenging. And what I learned was that I had to hire totally new roles. I needed an entire marketing tech stack program manager to help me actually implement these tools, to evaluate the tools, to compare the tools. I had to have people who understood how to be technical and talk with IT, because now the tools were touching more systems, and I needed the buy-in from IT in order to like make the whole thing work. It's the same thing that's happening right now with the move to building agentic workflow as a marketer. We're seeing prompt engineering as a role. We're seeing, ops and architecture engineering, like all different roles. And then you have to figure out like, how do you bring those into your team, or like in IT or in your marketing ops or other ops function, like where do those live so that you can have those roles here. Okay, the easier is take your tools that you already own and figure out how are you going to take the AI features. This was simple for us. When I joined Box a year ago, we already had Qualified. I was the former CMO of Drift, so I understand this really well. I understand that at Drift, we had a deterministic AI that was pre-Gen AI, and every customer that used it saw a 20% lift in their lead conversion and engagement on their website. So they came out with Piper. I'm like, yep, we should be one of the early adopters of Piper. I know this stuff works. We just have to be good at how we implement it. And so we implemented Piper. We call it Bella on our site. It was super easy. I didn't have to go to IT to ask them to do anything new. I didn't have to come up with any new budget. It's like 100% just in the tools I'm already paying for. And then we're seeing the benefit of AI directly in our lead flow. If we look at the new native AI solutions now, it's 100% different way of thinking about what we're doing with Qualified. It doesn't mean that like one is better or worse or like what you have to do. Like there's a lot of debate about that. I don't want to have that debate. But what I want to point out is that with Qualified and with Piper, we cannot like literally replace and close a deal. I own the PLG motion at Box. We go from PLG all the way up to, Fortune 10. And so in this part of the business, I want to do whatever I can to basically move to close as fast and efficiently as possible, as well as at the lowest cost. And so I now can use a tool like OneMind, which is a superhuman, which can literally take people through an entire demo. They can go through an entire sales deck. They can answer all of the questions. They can have this huge body of work, which like maybe even includes like all of our release notes for every single product that we're releasing on every single week. And they can answer those questions to help move people from lead all the way to closed won business. And once I do a test with that and prove that it can work, I don't have to do anything else in terms of paying money or training. I can then also turn on, in product, free trial to pay. I can do onboarding once the people have purchased so that my churn numbers go down, and then I can also upsell. So there's huge opportunity on this sort of like AI first, how are you building out the same concept of engagement and chat. The other is, like I was talking to some people pre-discussion here about this idea of moving from SEO to AEO, GEO. This is something you can build, and people are starting to build it themselves. But because I want to do it at scale, we're looking at like who can we bring in to help us do this? Because the people who are doing it every single day across thousands and hundreds of customers, they know and they can help us learn at Box what we should be doing. They can help us understand what content we should create to rank differently with the LLM, and then we can also know where we should find our buyers. So I want to just close on like this really big point. In the bottom left, you have this experimentation, and you have every single person building their own agents, et cetera, and it starts to get really, 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 really noisy. And so this is now being called AI slop. It's like a new term that has arisen. And what we want to do is get to company-wide efficiency. And so what we've been doing at Box now is that we still want people to innovate on the side, but we're really trying to like slow down. How many new tools do we bring on board? Like you really have to justify why you would bring a new tool on board. Is it going to replace something else? Is it literally unique to something we couldn't do before, or would take us tons of resource to build ourselves? The second thing is then how do we actually assign a team, which is sort of like our AI innovation team internally, to meet with all the other teams in the company to identify these repeatable workflows and to identify like what is the critical thinking and content that we would give to the LLM so that we can get to these like up and to the right workflows that are repeatable, that go across departments, and that would get us to this enterprise-wide scale. And we're doing that using our own solution, and we are bringing our entire tech stack together with Box in the middle. So independent of what LLM we want to use, we can use our MCP server in order to get to the content in the bottom. We have all of our security and governance that we've always had and that really differentiates us and that helps us feel secure about what we're doing day to day. We can then plug into all these other tools like Agentforce or like ServiceNow or whatever that might be. And then we have all of the content in the bottom. And so whether it's the legal team or the marketing team or the CS team or whoever it is, we all have our own permissions and our own way that we're using enterprise content. And that's how we're moving together. So any questions anybody has? Okay. Okay. It's working.
This was a really good talk.
Thank you so much. Great insights. Can you tell us a little bit? You said that initially if you have bad data, you get zero productivity. What kind of tools did you use to evaluate and cleanse the data? Because as humans, you intuitively know when a data is wrong. As an agent, you're just going to run with it. I know you have that double agent.
Lucky for me, Box invested a lot of time and energy. We have an entire like business analytics team that basically looks at our data, and then with our IT team has looked at like our structure. And so I would say over the last 5 years, not knowing that we were coming up on this AI revolution, they invested in cleaning up the data. When I first got there, I'm like, hey, the marketing reporting for attribution and everything else is a mess, just like everybody else. But it was super easy to fix it because what we have, we use Salesforce, we use Tableau from Salesforce, and then we basically have GCP on the back end. And any tool we bring in, we look at what data is going to be unique from that and how do we match it into our GCP database. And then we're layering everything else above that and the content that's sitting in Box.
Hi, I have a question about content creation. Do you think that these head of content roles will also be eliminated as the LLMs sort of learn what quality is and how to not hallucinate? Or do you think there's always going to be sort of this high level head of content overseeing it, getting it from good to great?
I mean, our approach and the way that we view, like this is kind of Box mentality of AI, is that the AI helps people to be more effective and more productive. So like our view would be you're always going to have a head of content. The question is like how many people are going to work underneath the head of content doing the writing, because that's something that you can more easily like replicate, but that also you want to have a human in the loop to do the final sign-offs for everything.
Hey, awesome presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what resonated with me was the goal setting. at the beginning that you mentioned that you're forecasting and using AI to better understand the goals that the teams are targeting. I'm curious around you mentioned you're covering PLG and how they move through that flow. Are you using AI at all to help you forecast or understand how to convert members from individual users into teams, because that's a huge part of your business?
Yeah, we're starting to do that because it actually goes across marketing and sales. So the way that Box works, we have tons of enterprises where we're just doing a sales-led motion and we're going into, with marketing and sales doing that motion. But then we also have a motion of like people coming in from trial, and then that being like 5 people in a large enterprise. And so the team harvesting that. The team in the data cleanup invested in data science. So we do have a lot of data science that's also running that becomes a data set that goes into those models and is available to those agents. We're using them now to redo all of our ICP, which is ideal customer profile. For the various segments, and like with AI being able to look at it more granularly and allow people to like really prosecute into the data to say like, okay, like you think that financial services is the best, but if I'm looking for companies that are 20 and below, like, is that the best or is it somebody else? And you see variation obviously based on sort of where industries fluctuate as to like being large enterprises like the federal government or, down to like small mom and pop shops. So I would say it's like in that top to the right where we're like working on that right now.
Thank you very much. If there are more questions, Trisha will be here for a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for taking the time to come. Please give her a big hand. Cool. So next up, we have the head of marketing from Gamma. If you haven't heard of Gamma in San Francisco, then then you definitely need to know that. So please welcome Kristin from Gamma. Thank you very much.
This is fine. Hi, everybody. That was a very kind intro. If you haven't heard of Gamma, no shame. I'll explain what it is. But I'm Kristin. I lead marketing for Gamma. I'm here today to talk a little bit about how to scale creator marketing. Now, I think of creator marketing as a very human marketing tactic. I know this is an AI marketing conference, and you may be wondering why I'd spend a lot of time talking about something that's, for us, is still very manual, still very personal today. And that is because if you're an AI startup today or an innovative tech company, everybody is leaning into creator marketing right now, formerly known as influencer marketing, if you're more familiar with that term. And I'll explain why in this talk. I also want to tell you a little bit about how we've scaled with it, the success we've seen, and hopefully give you some tips if you're interested in either going full force with a creator marketing strategy as an AI startup or just figuring out how to bring it into your business in pieces. So, what is Gamma? So Gamma is the most popular AI presentation tool in the world. We have well over 50 million users globally. There are 1 million Gammas that are created every single day. And so we can create presentations, we can create websites, we can create social media, documents, anything you want. It's a very flexible horizontal platform. So if you haven't tried it, it's free to start. Give it a try. And about 2.5 years ago, in March 2023, we did our AI launch. Now, Gamma has been around since 2020, but the AI launch in 2023 is when the company really started to see traction. So this is when we launched our AI first generator experience. And in order to get some hype around this, because 2023 was all about AI hype, our CEO, Grant Lee, onboarded a bunch of influencers to help support the launch of this. And so he put out a somewhat provocative tweet that the most valuable skill in business is about to become obsolete in March 2023. We had organic traction on this, but we also worked with influencers in the AI space in order to promote it. And so it went a bit viral, but the reason it started to go more viral is because of the conversation around it. And I will come back to this in a second. So Paul Graham, who's an influential voice in tech, commented on the conversation. Surely making the thing described by the slide deck is a more valuable skill than making the deck. And then other VCs piled on, other tech commentators, and it brought a lot of visibility to Gamma. And I think that that was a bit of an eye-opening moment for us for marketing. Gamma was a very small team at the time, didn't even have a marketing team. I came in earlier this year, and so our CEO was leading marketing, and creator marketing and influencer marketing has been core to our strategy from this initial launch. So what does it look like today? Today we have about 6 to 8 different agencies or individuals who do outreach for us, managing our creator relationships. We have an always-on strategy for launches. So we have 150 plus creators that go live every single month across all the major social platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X, LinkedIn, and more. And the impact of this, 25% of Gamma's users come from social platform referrals. And this is largely driven by our influencer marketing, which is pretty massive. And so if you don't believe me that we are really invested in this before I start going into some tips, we spend about 25% of our marketing budget on influencers. The standard tech startup that invests in influencers as a marketing strategy spends about 10%. So as a whole, this is an area that we're really over-invested in. And the reason is because we believe in it. We also do performance marketing, we do SEO, we do other growth marketing tactics as well too. So here's why it works. Well, first of all, if you work in marketing today, I am sure you are well familiar with all the thought leaders saying that marketing is really hard today, right? Google's not sending you traffic anymore. It's going into the void of AI overviews or to ChatGPT answers. Paid marketing is getting much more expensive. Your organic brand accounts on social media aren't getting the reach that they once were. And so part of this move to creator marketing, not just for AI companies, but for all companies in general too that are leaning into this strategy, I think comes from the fact that you have to chase where the reach is, right? You have to find how you can reach your audience. And so it's part of just a platform shift of really figuring out what's working in marketing today. You'll also see a lot more tech companies back on. So the other reason why I think creator marketing is working specifically well in the AI age, and this is very important, is that people trust real people right now. So it feels a little oxymoronic. There are some companies right now who are really leaning into AI, actual like AI generated influencers and creators. That's not something we currently do at Gamma today. We work with real people at the moment. And I think that trust and credibility is really important. And so if you're trying to get traction in an area, especially if you're a newer growing company, a startup, being able to piggyback on the influencer's credibility to build trust quickly is really important. Any size company, it's a really great way to reach target audiences today. So there's so many more influencers and creators that have popped up as this ecosystem has developed. So it's a marketplace, right? With brands leaning in more, so you have more creators leaning in more as well too. And so I had dabbled in influencer marketing 10 years ago. It looks nothing like the type of creator marketing that I do today, or the relationships I build with creators. This is an area that has really matured. So if it's something that you've leaned into in the past or tried or blown off, I was also a creator marketing skeptic until I came into Gamma, and I was shocked at how much we were doing, and then I became a convert. And I think the reason that I wasn't so bought into it was, one, 10 years ago, it looked very different. It felt much more transactional. I treated things as much more kind of one-off campaigns, and the channel has really matured, and it is where's reach happening right now. So it's something I've really leaned into, and definitely you are going to be able to find, no matter your vertical, creators that are speaking to your audience and have reach with the audience that you may be struggling to reach right now. The other thing, the reason why I love creator marketing is because of the viral word of mouth effects. So I started this presentation with the tweet from Grant, our CEO, and the engagement from Paul Graham. This is something we see again and again. There are echo chambers in social media. And so you can't just think about one post that your influencer is posting that you're working with and the interactions on that post. Things spark conversation. I'm sure if you spent any time on LinkedIn and X, you see people reposting similar types of content, stealing screenshots from other posts. And so there is this viral loop effect here that sparks broader conversations. And people just love to talk about AI tools. Now, they don't love to talk about AI tools the same way they did in 2023. So this is my caveat for you. It's gotten harder, right? In 2023, everything that generative AI did was just blowing people's minds. You have to be more creative now. You have to be more nuanced. People's expectations have increased. increased. And that's something that we feel as well as an AI native tool. We have to get much more sophisticated with the content we're putting out there in order to have the same impact. Before I go into how to get started with creator marketing, I feel it's important to do to be responsible here and talk about challenges to consider. All right, so this is not for everybody. I mentioned that I was a bit of a creator marketing skeptic when I first started at Gamma earlier this year in 2025. And part of that reason is because I'm a recovering digital marketer and SEO person, and I like numbers, I like tracking, I like direct attribution, and this was very uncomfortable for me to not be able to measure direct impact. I did run this campaign earlier this summer where I made everybody do UTM tracking codes, and the influencers were like, no, that's going to decrease reach. And I was like, I just have to know if it's working. And it was working. We could see some things, but also there wasn't a lot of reach, right? So on LinkedIn, with that specific example, you do decrease your reach if you include links, like if you include tracking. And so with influencer marketing, a lot of times there's a little bit of a hope and a wish that that people are going to see that, they're going to recognize your brand, they're going to come back to you. The other reason that it's a little bit uncomfortable to lean into is that it can cost a lot of money. You can feel like you're investing a lot and not sure exactly what that return is going to look like. We tend to try to spread our spend out to have 70% of our spend go towards micro-influencers, 20% on mid-tier influencers, and 10% on a really big bet. If you were to put all of your budget into that really big bet, that's super risky, but it can cost a lot of money. So if you're someone who gets spooked out by seeing YouTube influencers commanding fees of $10,000 for a video right now, that is what things are costing right now in the AI space as the market has driven up for this. Something that we have observed is that it does take a long time to see true impact, right? You can get really excited, you see a viral tweet, and you may see a short-term spike, and then it seems to fade. What we have realized is that this compounds over time. And when we've pulled back on our spend in influencer marketing, we see that actually handicap our word of mouth later on. And so we've done some analysis recently about how influencer marketing ties to word of mouth referrals later on. And when we've had periods of time where we pull back and spend, it has actually damaged more, the damage happens quicker than the recovery happens when we increase our spend again too. So this is why we do an always on strategy. I definitely recommend if you're looking to get started to dip your toes into creator marketing, that you start with a launch, you start with something that you feel will be like exciting or business news that's going to help you get more traction. But you can't just associate it specifically just with launches. It needs to be part of an always on strategy if you really want to see true impact. And my final caution here is really think about whether it's a fit for your product. So creator marketing works really well for Gamma, I believe, because Gamma is a content creation tool, which means that creators can show off Gamma when they're talking about it. So if you think about like consumer packaged goods, right? You have creators, they're showing off the makeup, right? They're showing off that type of that. Not every tech or SaaS product is that visual and shows off in that way. With Gamma, it's a horizontal platform. You can build anything you want. And so we have teacher creators that are saying, hey, here's my lesson plan I created in 5 minutes, instead of all day during the summer. And we have marketers that are saying, here's how I created 100 sales decks for my team, automated with Gamma's API. And we have consultants that say, here's how I built my pitch deck. We have creators who are Meta, and they talk about how they use Gamma to make their media kits and how to make their social media posts and carousels and things like that. And so for us, this strategy completely makes sense. And I believe that there's ways to be creative and have it make sense for lots of different types of businesses. But that's something that I would truly encourage everybody to not just, this feels like one of those trains that everybody is trying to jump on right now. And make sure it actually works for you and you have an angle that feels really authentic, that allows creators to show off your actual product. So a few lightning fast tips that I'll go through in the next section on getting started. Talk a little bit about budgeting for this, how to find creators and partners, how to think about it a little bit differently with some lesson learned from me this year as I've delved into it more, tracking and some live bonus hot tips, hopefully. So this is benchmarks. In case you're completely unfamiliar with how much this stuff costs, apologies, my numbers are not showing up there on But this on this bottom bar right here, CPM, so cost per mil, so cost per 1,000 impressions for LinkedIn on average is about $26. TikTok is the cheapest. These are the lowest quality impressions as well too. So you're gonna be spending within this range. And typically when we're thinking about doing influencer spend, because we can't directly track everything, we are thinking about cost per impression, cost per mil. And so we use this in order to directionally track our different agencies or different partners against each other and how they're performing, see if costs are increasing over time, how can we drive efficiency, but really thinking about it in a brand way, focusing on CPM. Now, I will caveat this, that we are starting to see, particularly in the AI space, for these CPMs to get even more expensive. It's not out of the norm for CPMs on LinkedIn to be in the $50 to $75 range now. And again, that's coming from just the market demands for creators right now. But how does it compare to paid ads? These are benchmarks. These are not our numbers, but these are benchmarks in the space on average. And generally, what people have found is that influencer campaigns do roughly correspond with paid campaigns today. In fact, in our case, we've actually found it to be cheaper than paid social ads right now. And so we've been porting some of our investment in paid search and social over to influencers now, because we're actually finding better reach there, and actually, importantly, better downstream metrics as far as how it influences word of mouth as well too. So if you're someone who is really performance marketing driven, generally in the space, you could think of this as being pretty comparative. Again, the caveat being not as easily to directly track it as you can with paid ads. So identifying effective creators, these are my 4 top tips if you know nothing about this space, which is my assumption here for a general audience. So make sure that the channel and audience aligns to your target customer profile. This is easy to do research on. I do LLM research on this all the time. ChatGPT, Claude, great partners for you to run a RAG search and make sure you're actually identifying, learning what's popular in the space right now. Engagement quality, 3 to 5% engagement rate, actually looking for authentic audience interaction is important. That's becoming a bit more challenging. I also do some processing of this with LLMs, and the reason it's becoming more challenging is because, again, if you're like me, you spend a lot of time on LinkedIn, you see AI comments all the time, right? And so I actually do some processing to try to determine authentic audience interaction if we're evaluating a new influencer. And then content quality. As the space has gotten much more saturated, the creators that we go back to again and again, they really actually do try hard at their craft. There's a lot of lazy creators out there. It's really easy to just be able to spend a quick dollar, get somebody to do a post, and it's just not going to be good. So you really do have to invest time in creators that actually do hold a high bar and are giving you advice for what to post, and you're not controlling what they should post as well too. And then finally, genuine enthusiasm for your product and category is important. Have they worked with others in your category? There's starting to be much more niches and circles of influencers that work on related products that you can tap into. So another recommendation here is to test across all platforms and find platform specialists when you're looking for your partners here. So I mentioned that we work with 6 to 8 different agencies at any given time to help us run our creator marketing program at scale. And that's because I truly believe some of them are better at certain platforms than others. And so we really try to work with the top tier folks who really know X and Twitter, right? That algorithm looks completely different than LinkedIn. It looks very different than TikTok. It looks very different than YouTube. So we try to work with influence. This is true not just for influencers, because influencers are also very platform specific. You'll often get offered a package from an influencer that says, oh, I'll cross post to LinkedIn for X amount more. And you'll see on TikTok, right, they have 5,000 likes, and on LinkedIn they have 20. It's very rare to find a creator that actually has reach, equal reach across multiple platforms. So you have to think about both your influencers being platform specific, and then we also think about our partners that help us manage this as being platform specific. So we try to find the agencies that really know X, that really know LinkedIn, that really know TikTok, and that's why we have this whole ecosystem surrounding us for creator marketing. Here's a realization I had this year. This was actually important to me. I hope if you work in creator marketing right now that this inspires you, or if you're not at all, that inspires you to think about it a little differently. I mentioned historically in the past, I really treated influencer marketing as very one-off, very transactional. Okay, we'll pay you for this post, we'll see if we get signups. But now that we're doing it at scale, and I've liberated myself in how I think about kind of cost and returns, and have done all the due diligence and modeling on the back end to make sure that we still feel good about this as a strategy for us that is financially sound and ROI positive, is that it's actually been very, very cool to see how creators have helped inspire our product development. So creators come up with novel product use cases that we hadn't even thought of ourselves. One creator that posted for us earlier this year, they took their LinkedIn profile, plugged it into Gamma, came out with like a personal website that they could use as an interactive resume. That was one of the ones that went viral. Not something we had ever personally thought of, but that was a really cool use case. And so if you have, dozens, hundreds of creators, creating unique content, you're giving them some freedom to create content that works for them and their audience. It's actually been, really surprising and encouraging to see how much is just inspiring additional use cases that we can then turn into user education, right? We can then turn into content that we use to educate our users how to use the product with use cases that are really inspiring and feel unique to others. And then the other thing that has struck a chord with me as I'm thinking about influencer marketing as experimentation is not to get hung up on any single influencer performing. We run everything in campaigns. So in a month, we look at the sum of creators growing live, and we look for performance across that entire campaign. And the reason is you cannot predict what is going to hit or go viral at all. And so if you're like, oh, I've got this like big influencer and they're going to post and I'm hoping it'll go viral, and then it doesn't, that can be very emotionally draining and difficult to deal with. And so I look at the whole thing. Here's 100 influencers. Across that, some of those micro-influencers, they're going to have some really good content. It's going to go viral, will really surprise you. And maybe some others hit, some others don't. We have never been able to predict what will hit. We get lots of good ideas because we do this a lot. We're able to feed lots of good ideas back to our influencers. So we've gotten better at being able to predict what types of visuals, what types of use cases will work. But I still can't predict individual posts and how they're going to perform. And so I look at it all as a sum, and that actually makes your life a lot easier, both emotionally and from a reporting perspective, if you're treating it that way. How many overall impressions did you get within this one campaign on this one topic, or within 1 month, or whatever makes sense for you to organize your campaigns? So, this has been something that has been really fascinating to me this year that someone on my team worked on. It's just the halo effect of influencer marketing. So I mentioned I was feeling really uncomfortable. We're spending, it's hard to tell. People come and sign up for Gamma. They say they heard about us from friend or TikTok or whatever, but how exactly do they find out about us? So we did a process where we tracked our spend. So we tracked $3 million of spend over a period of time, which was across like 15 million signups. And we found that social influencers have a 1.5x multiplier on word of mouth. And this was actually huge. And the way that we triangulate this is we have a how did you hear about us survey. This is extremely important in the products. When our onboarding, everybody answers, how did you hear about us? And we triangulate that. We compare that against the sources that we have in our analytics for last touch attribution. So just because somebody said came from a paid ad because they clicked on one of our brand ads on Google, we can see if they said they heard about us first from TikTok, that's off, right? And so we actually have running columns. We compare first touch, last touch, and how did you hear about us survey, which I know is not historically the most reliable data source, but it's really the best thing that we have in order to make directional decisions. And we use that to make assumptions and allocation assumptions for what is coming from influencer marketing on social channels, and that's super helpful. And so there is a real halo effect that we've seen here from this. Not enough time here to kind of go into the business case if you're trying to convince anyone higher up that we should invest more in this on the marketing side, but I'm always happy to listen, to help go into that more in detail. A few other bonus hot tips, some things I've been thinking about a lot recently since we think a lot about creator marketing at Gamma. One is employee influencers. So we're very fortunate that our CEO, Grant, is one of our biggest influencers, and we don't have to pay him in the traditional sense. He has really built up a profile online, and we have actually pivoted a lot of our strategy for organic social to orient around his account, as well as other thought leaders in the company. This is a big goal for me this year, is elevating thought leaders, because our actual Gamma official accounts just don't get the reach that they did once more. So we're lucky that we already have a pretty influential person in-house to speak for us, and I'm working on building up the roster. So influencers don't have to live outside your company. Actually building up your roster of employee-generated content, employee influencers is important as well too. Another thing I've been exploring that's been really fun is doing co-marketing with other tech companies who are non-competitive but adjacent. So for example, Gamma recently launched our API. So we paired up with a no-code tool, Zapier, and we've been experimenting with doing some influencers. We saw that a lot of influencers who were working with Zapier and working with Gamma we're the same. And so why don't we go in together, right? Why don't we see how this works? And you start to kind of build this ecosystem around this, do a little bit of ecosystem marketing tied to influencer marketing. And then the final thing that I will mention is really treating influencer marketing, not transactionally, but like strategic partners. I'm actually, I spend time getting dinners, like coffee with influencers. We have folks who, we maybe start them off in a campaign, but we've been working with them for years now. So they're really more strategic partners. They bring a lot of value to us and their understanding of the market and the audience. And hopefully, we're bringing value to them as well too in the relationship. But these are people that I know and have met in person and we have brought into our office and fly out to meet. And so, that is just something that I think is really critical today. And the other companies I see being successful with creator marketing are also really leaning into this angle as well too. So thank you. I think maybe there's 5 minutes or a couple minutes for questions. If you want to connect on LinkedIn, I know this was a quick overview. Happy to connect, chat through anything. And then also, I have an example of what a Gamma's media kit. It's built in Gamma, but you can see how we put together some information on our company for influencers, and that's an example of what we send out to them. So if it's useful at all, you should also build your media kits in Gamma because it's super fun. But you can take a look at that as an example.
Thank you very much. That was so interesting.
Thanks, Kristin. Yeah, really cool. This is a subject I've wanted to learn more about. At eBay, we had a seller panel where basically we caught up with them every couple of weeks. They gave us good feedback, but the way that we selected them was because they were the most vocal. They were very vocal within a Facebook community. They were complaining to us directly about things that weren't right with the platform. So how do you select creators beyond them being vocal and them being the right partners for the ones that you are flying out to conferences or working with consistently? Like, who makes the cut?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, and there's a few different, we do this at such scale that there's a few different ecosystems of how I think about our different creators. So we do have some folks who have, they're top tier AI thought leaders, right? That's a negotiated partnership. They're building their living off of being able to educate others and teach them about AI. And so that's maybe more of what you're thinking of if you're thinking about just traditionally negotiating with influencers. Many of them have agents and partners and teams that you work with as well. But I like that you mentioned the sellers at eBay, because we also have a huge user base right here, and we have a community, and sometimes we surf it. I think that UGC is super important from your community as well too, and so that's something we have cultivated communities from our users, and we have taken a look at, are they active on social, right? It's a big barrier to post on social if you are not a social person already, and so we have created some communities of ambassadors that they opt in, right? I love Gamma. I like being on social, and then we can support them with resources in order to grow their persona. But I don't know that this is what you meant, but something actually that you said about these are people who complain. I actually don't think it's like I was like, oh, that's actually cool, because authenticity matters so much, right? And I love the content out there. You can see the difference between content that we paid somebody for and they didn't put a lot of time into, and they probably half wrote with like AI, and someone who's like, I really use this product and this part's really good and this part's like not as good yet, but I still love it, like still believe in it. That's actually the content that performs better for us.
Hi, Kristin, in the back here. I first came across Gamma from an influencer, and then last night became a paid subscriber because I hit the 10 card limit, and I needed a presentation this morning. So
the upsell.
I know this is working. So we're running a few experiments with some creators as well. LinkedIn is our focus. what do you think is the right amount of time to spend with a sort of creator set before you start to see results, right? Because we did the whole like 3 posts for $1,000 and that didn't work because their audience also takes some time. They need to see the message repeatedly over a certain period of time. So once you've done, and I'm trying to balance that with testing more creators as well. So how do you think about what is the right amount of time to spend with a particular set of creators versus testing more creators? Because our lunch is getting eaten by Gen Z founders who are testing like 500 creators on TikTok. And we're a B2B AI company. So I'm trying to compete with these 23-year-old founders who are just cracked, get social first on. So what do you think is the right balance there?
So high level, I think you have to stick with this for at least 6 months to really start to see results. So I don't think there's probably one good answer to your question, but you're right that we're probably a little bit more on the aggressive side, but I know exactly what you're talking about. That is just they are churning out creators left and right. So getting your system and your process down for being able to run this at scale is very important as well too. Typically, I don't often sign up for packages of let's like commit to 3 posts or 5 posts. I start with 1 because I want to see, maybe, I understand that post may not hit, but I want to see the quality of the content that they create first. And so that's been a mistake that I've made sometimes, where it's like, all right, I commit to the 3 or 5 posts and maybe the whole thing doesn't really go so well. So I do think you have to do this at volume. I do think you have to think about, okay, this is a 6-month plan and I'm going to line up a bunch of creators and some of them are going to repeat and I'm going to see how that first post goes and I'm going to bring them back, and you can build your spreadsheet or you work with agencies in order to execute on this. But it does have to be at scale.
Anyone else?
Thanks, Kristin. I'm a big fan of the product, and I converted within the first day of signing up. So as you pivot to like corporate sales, like when you're going after, how are you going to pivot your influencer marketing when you're going after large, because we're in the B2B space, just any tips on how to pivot and what your thoughts might be on that?
So I'll caveat by saying that Gamma is also new, expanding beyond prosumer. So we just launched our self-serve teams and business plans and just started to spin up our go-to-market team. And so we are also working through that. I wouldn't call it a pivot. I'd call it an expansion. Honestly, there's a ton of overlap. I'm not as concerned about that because we are a prosumer first company. We have end users, we have champions within companies themselves too, and so that's still who I'm looking to reach. I do think we will be doing different types of B2B marketing strategies as well, but I don't actually know that we'll shift our influencer strategy all that much. I could be wrong.
Hi, Kristin. Really useful to hear all this because I'm actually just getting started with influencer marketing. I've just inherited it from someone. So just figuring out the ropes of it. Just wondering, have you heard of the platform Aspire? And that is what is already in place apparently to recruit and find influencers. So any thoughts on platforms like that out there?
If you want to DM me about my thoughts on platforms and partners, you can, but I don't want to just broadly put anyone on blast or make recommendations here, but yeah, happy to connect.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks.
To be clear, not familiar with that one, so not.
What is the best practice, how to pay influencers? Partly upfront, some deposit, or maybe commission, or from things which was sold through referral link. What is the best practice for middle range influencer and for top influencer and for beginner influencer?
I'm not sure I heard the whole question, but just generally you're asking what should you expect to be paying, how to pay them? So I do know some smaller strapped startups that don't have budget do work out pretty creative structures with influencers that actually really love their product and are fans of them. So I have heard of people doing rev share models, right, where you don't have the money to pay for them. So there's some creative tactics you could do, product giveaways if you actually have a physical product, or give away, a year free subscription or whatever. That's not standard. So I think you're asking about what's kind of standard, Yeah, it definitely varies by platform and size, I mean, there's a huge range. I will say, just to give YouTube as an example, YouTube, we have creators that have rates of anywhere from 1,000 per video to upwards of 50,000 per video, just for one YouTube video if they're a mega creator. TikTok tends to be much more affordable. We have a lot of creators that we do at scale there, maybe $100 for a post, maybe a couple hundred if they, and maybe 1,000 if they have a really large following. So it's really hard to, it's hard, but it's very platform specific. And then there's a huge range of micro influencers to macro influencers to work with, which is why when I'm looking at, our overall budget for a month, it's maybe just like a handful of people that are in that top category that we're making those bets on, and a lot of covering of volume. But there's plenty of micro influencers out there and plenty of platforms that are good at being able to manage and self-serve, where you can have folks apply to your campaign. They have rates. Most creators are upfront about their rates. They have media kits and they have packages, and of course you can negotiate if you want, but it's usually not a black box. They will be the ones to set their rates.
Thank you. I am actually building a young early stage company in the consumer space in India. We are just getting onto the influencer marketing space. I just wanted to double click a bit on when you said there are a few influencers that now you are tied up at a strategic level and you go out and meet these people in person. What do they bring to the table? Is it like these are really large macro influencers who will bring a lot of impressions, or they went through the journey along with Gamma in terms of they really invested back into the product, they really liked it, they were able to build a community around them, and they have been just performing really well over the course of the journey, but they're like maybe the micro or maybe like 50,000, 100,000 followers, something like that. And they do not necessarily bring a lot of impressions per se, but they are creating the voice of the brand. So how to look at influencers from the strategic lens, in the sense that how do you guys are operating it out?
Okay, I think that's a broad question, but you did remind me of something important that I forgot to share in the presentation with micro-influencers. So it is really easy to get caught up in impression count here. That's actually not the way that all the algorithms work right now. It's based on the content. And so what we're seeing more, particularly on X, it used to be, and this changes constantly, so this might change by tomorrow. But it used to be, mega influencers, they're getting tons of reach. And now we're seeing a lot of folks that have fewer followers get reach. And it's because the algorithm is favoring content. So don't be afraid of micro influencers. This is again why I think of things in a sum, right? So I look at, okay, here's all my creators in a campaign. Here's the total, right, of their following, right? Here's our goal impressions. Can we achieve this within the sum of all of these? And then the other thing that we do sometimes, probably not enough of, is if you have the content, you can negotiate to use that in paid ads. You can negotiate to bring them into an affiliate program and get more mileage out of the relationship that way as well too. So sometimes we work with influencers that have very small followings, but they create really amazing content. They actually take the time to create good content about your product. And then we use that and we test that in paid ads as well too. So there's lots of ways to use this as a content generation strategy that you can then be deploying through other ways as well too.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there are going to be more questions. Kristin is going to be hanging out for a little bit. We'll take a quick break, 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. We're running a little over, so we'll reconvene for the AI and SEO talk that is coming up. And then we're going to have Rishabh from Format Commerce talk about how to apply AI in e-commerce. So talk in 10 minutes or so.
just won't say like every day. Even though you've got someone, it's true. It's all I do. 'Cause I'm a fool. It's true. I got loving on my mind, and I'd like to spend the time. Can we make one more be forever? I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. When you ask me if it's wrong or right, I just won't say, let's run away. Won't you come and be with me tonight? Make it alright. 'Cause I'm crazy about you, baby. I got loving on my mind, and I'd like to spend the time. Can we make one more be forever? I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. Don't tell nobody our secret love so good. Don't make it stop. Oh, no, no, no. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. Can we make one moment be forever? I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't want to. I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. Yeah, I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I never. No, I don't wanna stop. No, 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 no. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't wanna stop. No, I don't wanna stop. I don't know about my dreams. I don't know about my dreaming anymore. All that I know is I'm falling, falling, falling. Might as well fall in. I don't know about my love. I don't know about my love anymore. All that I know I don't know about my dreams. I don't know about my dreaming anymore. All that I know is I'm falling, 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 falling. I don't know about my love. everything I got. It's hard one. Yes, bad luck. I'm not done. I won't stop, 'cause I got none of her. I'm not outrun. Everything I got is hard one. Yeah, I'm hurt. I'm not outdone. I won't stop until I'm dead. Nah, 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 nah. I heard her. It's bad luck. Everything I got is all up, all up. We gotta straighten out the deal. It's time to give me something real.
Hello. Hi, everyone. We're starting right now. I think there's a lot of interest on the creator marketing. What? We're going to get started, so if you can come back and take your seats. Everyone in the back, coffee time is over and we're getting started. This is one of the most exciting topics that we're going to talk, that Matt is going to take us through, which is AI SEO, how to grow traffic, how to make more money, and how to do new things. You can either use that or this one. You can use that.
Cool. Can everyone hear me? We're good in the back? Amazing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Humanic team, Arjun, everyone, for bringing a fantastic group of people together. Awesome speakers so far. Really, really excited and honored to be chatting with all of you. I'm going to touch on what is a hot, some would say controversial topic in the marketing world these days, the world of organic growth, and how to win in AI search specifically. A little bit about me. I'm Matt. I am one of the co-founders of a company called AirOps. We are an AI marketing platform that the best brands in the world use to take action and win AI search. So we are deep in this topic, but as I will remark throughout, everyone here is still learning. Three things that I'm going to talk about today. Number one, talk a little bit about how this channel has changed really in the last year or so. There's a lot of FUD out there. There's a lot of noise. There's always been a lot of noise around SEO, but I'll hopefully help ground what we do know, what has changed, and what has stayed the same. The second, really the focus of what we do, and I think what most marketers want to do is take action and actually control their destiny as it pertains to growth. So we'll highlight a few examples of brands that you likely would have heard of or hopefully would have heard of, and how they're pulling each of the four different levers that can be pulled to improve in this channel. And then lastly, we'll share a little bit about what AirOps is and how it helps marketing teams redesign how they work, how they think, and how they prioritize in order to move the numbers here. First, slightly controversial, maybe not controversial statement, organic growth as a channel is being upended. I'm not going to say it's dead. I'm not going to say it hasn't changed at all, but it is certainly changing, and it's changing at an increasing rate. Spoiler alert for this entire presentation, how you win at this channel will look pretty familiar, and we'll get into that in a second. So first point of comparison, and the most important thing to take away from this entire presentation. In the old world of SEO, you could generate alpha, you could generate clicks and revenue by reorganizing information either that lived already on your website or on the web more broadly. I don't mean to pick on HubSpot. They're a customer of ours. They have a lot of great content in the world. This is an example of a how-to guide that, frankly, is great content, but it represents, in a way, informational content that represented a large component of what folks would build in the old world. Today, and again, the most important thing you can take away, the only way that this game can be sustainably won is with what we like to call frontier knowledge. On the example on the right, you have, I'm not sure who's familiar, but Ramp puts out these awesome quarterly guides benchmarking their own internal data on spend. This is an example that we'll talk about of what frontier knowledge is and why it matters. Frontier knowledge is basically just a fancy way of saying all the facts, all of the questions that an LLM can't answer currently because it's either not trained on it or it's not available in the information that it can access via search or inference. So bear with me on this. The way to think about LLMs for the rest of this presentation is Pac-Man. So Pac-Man's objective function, the reason he exists is to eat those little yellow balls, I guess, and the Space Invaders when they're flashing. But much like Pac-Man, LLMs have a similar objective function. In this case, it is to access and increase the breadth and depth of the questions of users that it can answer. So if you ask an LLM a question like, give me a breakdown of AI spend by company size in Q1 of 2024, that's a very specific question, and a question that if an LLM didn't have access to, it would either tell you it couldn't answer the question, or worse, it would hallucinate an answer to that question. So there's a burning need for all of the foundation model companies to increase the number and the specificity of the questions that they can answer. And in this case, Ramp has put together a benchmarking report that answers exactly that question. So if you ask ChatGPT this question, Ramp's report will show up. This is a sort of in-depth example. Frontier knowledge does not need to be a three-month benchmarking study. This can be the questions your customers are asking in detail about your product, stories of your customers or your employees, things that you as an organization have a unique access to that are not already on the web and that are already not common knowledge that LLMs know. Second way that the game has changed, the old Google SERP, the 10 blue links that would show up on a page, used to be relatively static. So in this case, there's pages from 2024 or even 5 years ago that still retain the top spot on Google. Google was also the only player in this game, so it was pretty simple. All of SEO was oriented on winning effectively one channel. Today, that is not the case. The rules change daily. How these platforms operate, what they favor, is a shifting mix of different rules that we are working hard to try to understand, but they're changing just as fast as we can get a real hold on what works. The second, freshness of content is far more important in being cited and mentioned in LLMs. In fact, you're 3 times more likely to get cited if your content is less than 3 months old. So they, in addition to wanting new information, LLMs want fresh information. And lastly, there are multiple platforms that you now have to please, including traditional SERP, as that's still where the majority of traffic and eyeballs are still flowing and actually increasing as people basically complexify the journey that they take between first making an inquiry in one of these platforms and ultimately making a purchase decision. It's a multivariable game at this point. Next, the direction of traffic, so to speak, has changed pretty dramatically. And so In this new world, 85% of brand mentions in LLMs come directly from third-party domains. In the old way, the way SEO worked, you would create a lot of great content on your blog, typically, and then you would work really hard to increase your brand notoriety and drive backlinks from other websites. So getting people who had, and websites that had authority for the topic that you were looking to drive eyeballs for to specifically link to your page. But at the end of the day, in order to then generate a click and a sign up from that page, the information and the user had to flow through that site directly. In a world with LLMs where they can instantly synthesize information and then render information directly to consumers, it's not a linear route of travel. Your owned content is still incredibly important, just as your billboard on the 101 is for driving brand awareness and authority on a topic. But the mentions that you get on other sites, they don't even need to be links at this point, can be directly turned into citations and mentions in LLMs. So there are multiple paths now by which your brand can get accessed or your competitors can get accessed in lieu of you. Organizationally and operationally, and frankly something that we are really excited about, the way that you operate this channel, especially with the premium on Frontier Knowledge, has changed dramatically. So this is not an offense to SEO agencies. We work with and sell to many awesome ones. But I do think that the way content used to be produced by organizations was a bit archaic. There was a lot of overhead, a lot of back and forth. And then the further you are away from the metal of the organization, the customer, the employees, the product, the lower fidelity and quality of content that you could ultimately create. So not only was this process slow and expensive, but it also resulted in content that just wasn't as good as if you had someone, a founder or someone really close within the organization to create, maintain, and manage your content that was used for SEO. Today, we've seen one AI native IC 10x the impact of this whole previous organization with the right governance, the right tooling, and really importantly, the right organizational context and access that frankly most agencies by themselves don't have unless they can get really, really close to the people who matter in the organization. In sum, SEO used to work like a game of art and sorcery together. It worked, but there wasn't really a way to know and to control exactly how the magic worked. And again, the rules would change quite frequently. The question, and frankly our mission and what we are all in on, is actually turning organic into more of a scalable performance channel that you can invest dollars in, you can invest resources in, and ultimately be able to both project and attain the ROI of new customers and new revenue from. So with all that, how do you actually take action in this channel? I think a lot is changing, so let me orient you to how we think about the stack here. There's been a lot of noise around and by providers of visibility-only tools. So how am I doing? How am I showing up in different LLMs? We will leave that aside for the presentation. This is a necessary but insufficient part of the stack to actually move the needle. Really, where you win, how you win, comes down to sort of three levels. The first and most important is actually being able to create, maintain content both on your website and off. The second is around managing the context. So think of this as the raw materials for Frontier Knowledge that sit in your CRM, in your customer database, in your product documentation, in your support tickets. All the information and frankly alpha that you have in your organization is context that then needs to be turned into Frontier Knowledge for these models. And your brand governance. So the rules, the way your PMM wants you to talk, the way brand wants you to talk, the way legal wants you to talk, or not talk for that matter. All of that now must be maintained if you're going to create and refresh content at the velocity needed to feed the Mr. Pac-Man. And lastly, we'll talk a little bit about the way to think about the 10x IC who can actually maintain this channel internally and improve the velocity that you can achieve. Obviously, I'm a little biased in saying this, but great content is still the most important part of winning this channel. I would refer to our future AI overlords themselves and read this quote. Very soon, mostly AI agents will choose companies, products, and services to recommend. They will do it based on highly targeted quality content. This is the most powerful thing marketers can invest in. And Ashley Hamer is one of the most technical and thoughtful people as it pertains to all of technology. So this is not just a CRO talking her book. So 4 ways that you can take action with content to win this channel. The first looks a lot like it did in the old way, but with the importance of making sure that content is original and unique relative to what it is that you're looking to carve out. The second, an often overlooked or frankly under-resourced part of a content system is refreshing and maintaining content you already have. Third is winning placements on third-party sites that have authority in the topic that you're looking to be cited for. And lastly, probably the most controversial and still emerging, figuring out the best way to engage in social conversations beyond your reach. Reddit, LinkedIn, and a lot of increasing sort of micro communities that are relevant to different brands. So creating original content, we work with a company called Docebo. I think this is an awesome example of both the ability to accelerate and improve the quality of content being created and the results that it's having in AI search platforms. You can see the up and to the right chart here. But as importantly, the ability for an organization to build this channel around one really high leverage individual. So Valeria, perfect mix of skills to become what we call a content engineer, is both a data scientist and an SEO specialist. So it has both the technical systems building acumen, but also is a kind of trusted advocate for the brand and what the organization thinks about itself. So this is what we love to see, and the results really speak for themselves. Second is refreshing content to win visibility. Proud to be a partner with Chime. They just did a case study with the OpenAI marketing team, and we work super closely with that team here. They were able to triple their citation rate for high priority queries and reduce the amount of time it took to refresh content basically by 96%. And interesting in their case is the amount of governance, legal approval, they're in fintech and it's highly regulated. The amount of eyeballs that need to go on a single piece of content really delay the process. And so what they did, and what many people who use AirOps do, they can actually front load the process of a lot of the rules, approvals, and governance that's needed to create and refresh content, such that the actual human review happens a lot more quickly and less in a piecemeal way. So seeing great results here, and excited to be working with that team. Moving off of your website, and really where the increasing share of influence is being driven, winning third-party mentions. So there are a lot of sites in the world that will mention your brand. There are a lot of sites in the world that you want to mention your brand because that is likely to drive you being mentioned when someone asks about ChatGPT, which marketing platform is best, or which bike is best for kids under 12. Typically, LLMs are favoring sites that are perceived to be independent, neutral, and frankly have a large depth of information. The ability to work with, influence, and many times create content for those organizations is not new. It's just increasingly important. And measuring the quality and the likelihood that any given mention or citation in another publication is actually really important given how broad the surface area of potential offsite partners you have. And lastly, be present in the conversation. So again, Reddit is a huge channel. It's fluctuating pretty variably, but it is a major source of information and citations for LLMs. There is a fine line between answering questions where your brand is in a good position to answer those questions and sort of in a gray hat way, influencing conversations where it's not really designed for a brand to be speaking. I will leave the decision making to each of you on how far you want to push that envelope, but I actually think the example here of Ramp kind of weaseling their way into in a thoughtful way into a conversation that maybe wasn't directly asking for brand input, but the result was a positive interaction with the customer and more surface area within a subreddit. So that was a lot. I'll briefly touch on the system we're building to help manage that kind of wild new channel. Our platform does 4 things. 1, it helps you prioritize where to invest, both on-site but also off-site. It helps you actually create and refresh content in a way that is on brand and appeals to all of the rules and governance that you have as an organization. Third, we are building the end-to-end measurement system to understand both how you're doing in traditional SEO, but also in the increasing number of AI platforms that are driving traffic. And then underlying all of that is a rules engine and context management system that allows you to connect to your internal data sources, safely refine that information, and then integrate it with your CMS or wherever your content lives in order for LLMs to find it, and then have that flow back directly into the prioritization system. I know we're running up on time. Happy to share a demo with anyone if you're interested on how each of these parts of the system work. One thing I would mention, if I didn't emphasize already, is that if you sort of just do the math on the freshness component of LLMs, the imperative they put on freshness, it sort of equates to a 5 to 10x increase in the amount of content that a brand must produce or maintain annually just to keep pace. And I don't think this is something that like most larger organizations, given the previous way that content was created, haven't really grappled with yet. And so you're starting to see sort of like up and coming organizations who do able to race ahead, both in terms of visibility and answering the, we don't like to call it long tail, but the sort of like golden nugget questions that customers have, where other kind of more formidable competitors were just slower to get to. So there is money to be had in this game if you move quickly. Talked about ROI measurement and talked about governance. Basically, how do you manage the raw materials for frontier knowledge? Lastly, the roles here look different. The best person or the prototypical person to really own a component of your organic growth like this has a mix of systems building skills, but also a really, I would say, good palette for what makes great content. And that's not always easy to find, but we work really closely with organizations to either upskill existing individuals in the organization. Sometimes they live on a content team, sometimes they don't. And we also are increasingly helping folks hire this role directly. And then we spend a lot of time on first-party research. So a lot of the statistics that I shared today are done in coordination with our customers, and then folks who are really well respected in the industry. So if you're ever interested in doing a study with you and your brand, we would love it. Like I said, we're super proud of the brands working with us. It's actually really important for us to work with the kind of most complex, highest taste, most governance requiring organizations in the world, because that's actually what's needed to figure out how to create, I would say, like great content in a sort of like highly restrictive world in order to then kind of like answer those frontier questions. And so we love doing this. We love working really closely with all the brands we work with, and really excited to see this list grow. Lastly, an offer for anyone. The sort of next frontier of this, where we're building towards, is offsite. So Ali, who's in the back here, is running a pilot program. If you're interested in helping learn how to make and help work with us to make offsite a more controllable part of this channel, we have a few spots for folks attending and the organizations attending here. You get free access to the visibility and prioritization tool I mentioned, and then we'll work with you to figure out if there's a way that you can drive more offsite influence. That's it. Would love to answer any questions. I'm Matt, and thank you all for being here. Up front? Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Do you have a mic?
Okay. Matt, AirOps user here, love the power grids and love the power agent as well. Made the workflow a lot better. I'm going to ask the tough question, if that's okay, elephant in the room. I think AirOps as a product makes the whole process that you explained super easy, but what's your take, philosophically at a higher level on AI creating content for AI? Like where does that loop sort of break, and how do we, like, what's like the 5-year vision out here when we want humans to interact with humans, because that's what most of us are doing. What's your sort of philosophical take on that?
Yeah, I would say that the one effect of LLMs, it's actually increasing the number and the specificity and the complexity of the questions that consumers are able to ask and get answers for. So the rate of unanswered frontier questions is actually increasing faster than the ability for brands to answer them. And so this is what it all comes back to. You shouldn't be creating content that doesn't have any sort of unique element of answering a question. So whether AI creates content or not, I think is less of the, I would reframe it as, is the content that you're using a mix of AI and humans to create, answering a question that isn't currently being asked right now in an authoritative way. And so we expect that that rate of sort of unanswered questions is going to increase, and we intend to help brands answer it and keep up with that wave. So I don't think that there's nothing wrong with AI assisted or generated content as long as there's some amount of human oversight or brand grounding in it, and that it has unique information that is going to be relevant. Otherwise, no one will ever see it. Great question.
I have a question about content refresh.
Yeah.
And so really, what is it? Or is there a certain, let's say you have 100 words in a blog post and you refresh it, it should be like 10% of the words change, or how do you define it?
Yeah, so there's a couple layers to this. One is at the just sort of like page structure level, so all the metadata on different elements, the page, images, et cetera. You'd be shocked with how many thousands and thousands of pages are not optimized on those fronts. So that's a little bit sort of like the lowest hanging fruit structurally. The second is how relevant is the information on the page. If you're referencing products, different SKUs, different customer support numbers, links that are to your own site, links to other sites, are those all working and relevant based on your current product, brand, positioning, all the sort of like current brand facts about the organization? That's kind of like the second level. And then the third is depth. So especially for e-commerce, if you ask OpenAI, they'll tell you the most important thing that an online retailer can do is add a ton of depth to their product pages in FAQs, in review information, in more high quality information that really adds depth to an individual page. That can be true for a blog or it can be true for a product page, but that's like the third element. And I would say the difficulty of doing refresh is correlated with each of those three. And it's something that you don't want to just do willy-nilly because those pages are generating you traffic and revenue. If you screw it up, they might stop. So it's really important that you do it at a measured cadence and one that does involve human review. But you can do it a lot faster and a lot more thoughtfully than, frankly, it just never really got done in the old world. But great question.
I'm thinking more about the 10x IC concept that you talked about. Content engineering is becoming more and more needed. A lot of companies are struggling to find that talent because it's a unique combination of data and SEO. What do those companies do when they can't find that talent? Do they pull someone in from data or from SEO? How are they typically, for the ones that have won and done well, how are they actually training up that talent and making sure that they have the right skill set to be able to win and use your platform?
Yeah, great question. The way that when we have a new customer, even just in the sales process or generally, we have a rolling program that trains people to do this. It starts every 2 weeks. It's called AirOps University. It's free. You come, you're in a cohort, you learn how to build with AirOps and like learn the principles of this. So we try to enroll as many people in that who are interested. So that's like the first and easiest thing that folks can do. In terms of actually staffing this role in an organization, kind of depends on I would say the size, maturity, and sort of scope of the marketing org. A little bit of a sort of stereotype, but B2B SaaS organizations typically have more technical marketers than, say, e-commerce. So a lot of times in like a Wiz, for example, as a customer, they had someone who was a little bit technical already on their SEO and content team, so they were sort of like a quick study for it. In other cases, we have big, kind of less tech-forward organizations where they've never even used ChatGPT in their marketing organization before. So we have both a forward deployed engineering program where you can work with someone on AirOps to get you going, and then in like month 3 or 4, typically we've helped them figure out how to hire, what the roles are, et cetera. And then we're currently exploring building our own recruiting function, like a recruiting service for organizations, just given the demand we've seen here, and a unique mix of skill sets that is needed to hire for this role. I will admit you, it's frankly the biggest bottleneck for our growth is finding people who have that like combination of skills. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Matt. This is always a great topic.
Oh. Go for it.
My question is also about refreshing content. It can be done under the same browser, under the same link, or it can be in a new link. So what is better? Because I heard that old links, they rank with history, rank better.
Yeah.
So in old content, better to like a little bit put new paragraph, refocus, metadata change, or just write new content about the same thing with the same metadata, or what is?
Yeah, I would probably defer to someone on probably Andrea on our team on that question. She's doing a hackathon on this later. In terms of links, I actually don't know the answer to that one, so I'll get back to you on that. But you would kind of want to start wherever the biggest sort of like glaring fire is, if that makes sense. So if like all the metadata is out of date or just not completed, then that's where you would start. But there's cases where we also recommend companies take old content down and start from scratch. So if you're changing 80% of the content on the page, we'd recommend you create a new page and maybe wind down the other one. If it's touching things up here and there, you typically get a pretty decent bump, like 20 to 40%. Some of it like will level off, but that's where it just depends on like the proportion of content on a page that you're changing on whether you create a net new page or existing.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Matt is going to be here for some time. And AirOps is also doing a workshop in the afternoon in the room back there. So if you have further questions and want to understand about the pilot program and everything, please go to their booth or the workshop. Next up, we have Rishabh Jain, who is the CEO founder at Format Commerce. So like I mentioned yesterday, San Francisco is a lot of B2B heavy, and Rishabh is making in the e-commerce space and doing really well. So it'll be fascinating to hear how AI is getting utilized. You want that mic or this mic? Actually, why don't you use this mic?
You want me to use this?
Yes, I'll use it.
Okay. Okay, great. So I guess just piggybacking off of that intro, and thank you for having me. How many folks here are in the e-com space in some way? Okay, amazing. So I guess you'll have more empathy for what we're going to talk about, but I'll try to make it more relevant for consumer in general. And just given the audience, I thought that something that I would do is actually just give context on what is actually happening in e-com, because I think for a lot of us here in SF, we can think about e-com and think like, oh wow, like things must be amazing in e-com world because of agentic commerce and things like that. But at the risk of being somewhat pessimistic, the e-commerce landscape has actually been hit by a lot of surprising things over the past 6 months. AI is like the ray of light, essentially, that is hitting the e-com ecosystem right now. So at this point, it feels like history, but on April 2nd, I guess, popularly known as Liberation Day, we had a massive amount of tariffs that hit the commerce ecosystem, right? And ever since then, the total impact to commerce has been quite non-trivial, both with uncertainty in how much tariff is being applied, but also with the actual level of some of the tariffs. So particularly for those who may know something about consumer electronics, that category has had a very, very hard time. The other thing that, again, may not be appreciated is that the rate of growth of e-com in general has actually slowed down meaningfully from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. So ignoring the pandemic bump and then recalibration, we used to be at like roughly a 10% compounded annual growth rate, which is incredible, right? And so it led to this massive boom, and now it looks more like 3 to 4% a year, which is not awesome. Then of course there are all of the studies that you're seeing, which is showing consumer sentiment declining and discretionary spending going down, which may be part of the explanation for, I don't want to be political at all, but we just had elections on Tuesday, and some of the outcomes are not terribly surprising given the macro, right? And specifically, what's very interesting is that discretionary spend on consumer goods is being impacted more so than experiences, right? Especially for the younger generation. Okay, so this overall setup isn't amazing, but as this is happening, like here comes AI, right, as it were. And so there's a lot of things that are being announced, especially over the last 6 months, that I think it's useful to just do like a quick tour of all of the different ways in which, especially the larger companies, like the so to speak Mag 7s of the world and similar, are incorporating AI into how people are shopping every day, given that's really how we think about how the consumer internet works. and there's really like 3 parts of the commerce ecosystem that are shifting. So as Matt was just sharing, you have AI search, which is a huge part of how discovery is now happening. You have what's called agentic commerce. So do you actually have an agent making the decision for you? For those of you who love to follow like earnings reports, you may have seen Amazon report recently on Rufus usage. That is like basically one of the primary examples of agentic commerce. So it's a very interesting way to think about how agentic commerce is showing up, quote unquote, in real life versus how, no disrespect to VCs in the room, how VCs may talk about it. And then store and platform architecture, right? So, all right, what is actually happening out there, and what are some of the shifts? Okay, so Shopify, of course, is one of the big players who, for independent brands, is building multiple ways that independent brands can pipe their data into the LLMs, right? Whether that's through their catalog feed, through a cart object that you can interact with in the LLM, or with what is called checkout kit, right? So these are all ways that if you happen to be hosted on Shopify, Shopify is making it possible for you to interact with the LLMs. All of the MarTech solutions are, of course, becoming agentic. Humanic, actually, our sort of host for today, of course, being for part of that stack for how you think about, hey, how do I actually personalize at scale and actually drive messaging at scale that can be one-to-one because an agent is making the decision for me. Salesforce, which you might consider to be like an old stodgy company, is actually making very big moves very fast, right? And so again, this is one of the unexpected ways that AI is making a big change to how the commerce ecosystem is reacting in this current moment, right? And they have like very interesting use cases for not only how do they show the product data, but Agentforce is actually proving to be like a very good product. I don't know if anybody in the room is starting to use it, but it is actually a very good product. And I think this is like again, one of those strange moments where startups and big companies alike are getting very big benefit. Google has not only indicated that they're going to continue to show products in their feed against AI mode, but also that they are the most willing so far from what one might describe as private conversations to provide context to the company that they send the traffic to, which is not terribly surprising given that they make their money from ads, right? So thinking about how do you get ready for when traffic comes to you from Google, assuming that they will actually potentially give you more context than an OpenAI might. And then finally, Meta, of course, they removed native checkout, and this is an indication that they actually have enough confidence in their algorithms already. I don't know if you guys saw, there was this massive controversy with a t-shirt company called True Classic that they generated, they don't make clothes for like elderly people, and their AI algorithm generated an image of like a grandmother with like a quarter zip, then no zip, and then a zip on the belly. And so it was like very clearly an AI generated image, but it's actually telling us that the probability that there is an audience that True Classic is not serving in the older generation is very real. And while that image is not good and that product doesn't exist, it is correctly identifying that there is an audience that's on Facebook that is not being served today, right? And so it's very interesting how to look at these signals and how to think about what is possible now in terms of what the large companies are doing. Okay, so one other quick note on market structure. Oh gosh, okay. One other quick note on market structure. So just to reiterate what Matt was saying, you're starting to see way more happen on AI search, what is being called like zero-click searches, right? So people actually asking questions and then later on making a decision based on how you're showing up. So what does this mean, and sort of why in the title of the talk did we call it like consumers are going to start to expect generated experiences? And of course, the context I'm coming from is the sort of consumer goods world, but I think it is a useful principle independent of what kind of brand you operate in, right? So the old world was one where you would interact with static sites, and the new world is one in which you do not interact with a static site. And I think fundamentally, the thing that most of us who operate in companies need to reconcile with is if the consumer goes from a world where when both I and my wife search for something, we see the same thing, to one where when I and my wife chat with ChatGPT, we see different things, over time, the idea that you may not see the same thing as the next person is going to become expected. Sort of like when touchscreens came out and kids would like go and touch every screen. It's like, hey, why isn't this a touchscreen? Every experience is going to start to be expected to be in some way, shape, or form adaptive or generative. In the context of e-commerce, the way that this is already impacting brands is that when someone does their research already or gets funneled to an e-com website from one of the LLMs, we're seeing up to a 3x lift in conversion, which is basically telling you that they're doing their decision making off of the site. So that's like a very interesting data point. So yeah, we basically agree with Matt and the view that AirOps takes, that almost everyone will have some way. We actually heard recently that like a fraud provider has a AI visibility tool. Like there's visibility, I think, is going to become what I would describe as a commodity product. And then depending on what you are doing, you're going to want to have different capabilities like content generation with AirOps. For us in the e-com world, the thing that we want to make sure that we enable is make sure we enable shoppable experiences for the LLM to interact with. And the reason for that is you want to make sure that that content has up-to-date product information, pricing information, and things like that that are specific to the retail use case. And then you can make sure that the LLM always has something available in any given context that has up-to-date product, or what we describe as PDP information, for it to interact with. So that's sort of our view on how the sort of AI search part of the world will evolve and what we need to do in order to keep up with it. And so we do this with a variety of commerce brands, and we do this at very, very high scale because that's sort of what our system is designed for, right? But this expectation is going to move across the entire ecosystem of e-commerce. So not just AI search. And something that we think about, and Matt and I were chatting before the talk, is that actually for e-com, Google ads and Facebook ads are the principal places where people come in to decide to make a transaction. And so you take this same principle of how do you generate the experience based on what the person is seeing beforehand, and then you apply it to every other channel. So for example, in the context of a Facebook ad, people will sort of expect to see that you can go continuously from a story that you're seeing in the ad to video content on your page to content that describes that video, and so on and so forth. Again, this is a principle that you can apply to any context. We just happen to do it in the e-com context. And different types of entry points will expect different types of experiences. Some may expect video content, some may expect textual content, some may expect a sort of category style piece of content. And so you'll see this type of evolution for adaptive experiences for different types of consumer products. The same thing is going to happen for search intent, or for what I would describe as like the Google shopping ad, right? And so an example of that is one of our customers, Backcountry, they're like a large outdoor retailer. In today's world, if you were to click on one of their, or in the previous world, if you were to click on one of the ads, you would go directly to what is called a PDP. So you would see a lot of information of the product, and then at the bottom, there's sort of this small carousel of similar products. But of course, when someone is in a search context, they're actually trying to browse. And so you want to think about generating novel experiences that are more catalog oriented based on how the person is coming in. And so a type of thing that they can do with us, for instance, is they can generate at very high scale, so at hundreds of thousands of SKU scale, various types of cataloged experiences against those Google shopping search ads, right? And again, all of this is in the context of e-commerce, but I would encourage you to ask yourself, hey, what is a buyer going to come to my website thinking about based on how they're coming in, and based on the fact that the average interaction that they have before coming is actually one where they're having an adaptive conversation back and forth. And that type of conversation is going to be happening across every channel, because it's already the case that your email conversation is going to look one-to-one, your SMS conversation is going to look one-to-one, your search conversation is going to look one-to-one. And so if your site doesn't look like that, it's going to feel sort of odd. And so anyway, that's sort of the way that I would characterize what we're seeing, where we're seeing the landscape shift. And yeah, happy to answer any questions. Yeah, go ahead. I think there's the woman over there. Further back, the woman over there.
What do you think is the importance of reviews, and how should brands adapt their review strategy, perhaps, in this new environment?
Yeah, I think I think two things. One is, it used to be the case that if you looked at like an Amazon review, you could often tell that people were review hacking. So they were like taking over another product that had high number of reviews that were all very good, and then replacing the product. And so you like read the reviews and it had nothing to do with the product. So on the one hand, LLMs will of course identify that and not recommend those products. So the one very clear shift is it has to be real authentic reviews, because an LLM is actually a much better piece of technology at understanding what is like gray hat or black hat versus what is white hat. And so you should of course get Matt's opinion separately, but I suspect that white hat strategies are going to be the most effective strategies. And so in the context of reviews, I think that the single most important thing is going to be that you're going to want to collect more of it, and you're going to want to syndicate more of it to third parties. Like for those in the e-com world, like it's a common practice to syndicate your reviews to retailers. That type of thing is going to become more and more important. Yeah.
My question is, how do you think of the new platform like TikTok Shop, which is an all-in-one type of the e-commerce platform, right? Versus like Meta wanted to, that the brands on the checkout or the whole kind of conversion or bottom of funnel experience. Do you think TikTok Shop will continue to grow and be a very important part of the equation, or what's your view towards that?
Yeah. So just to make sure I am sharing the question back to you correctly, you're saying, will platforms like TikTok Shop continue to grow in their GMV scale, basically, or in their importance for a brand? Yeah, I think like one of the things that AI commerce or agentic commerce can often make people think is that the other forms of commerce will cease to exist. And I think like a very good analogy is e-commerce. Like when e-commerce first came out, everybody was like, oh, nobody's going to go to the store anymore. And in America, at least, 80% of all commerce is still happening in a store. In Asia, it's more like 50, but that's still a very, very large amount. And so I think agentic commerce will be some fraction, and then the rest of the channels will continue to be some fraction. And so I don't think as a brand you can say, hey, I'm going to ignore TikTok Shop, because actually we kind of as humans like buying from other humans, and that's what TikTok Shop is. It's just a scaled way to buy from another person effectively. And so I don't think you can stop thinking about TikTok Shop. And I also think that just because AI commerce is coming, you can't ignore those other channels, and they're going to be very large fractions of your entire revenue mix. So yeah. There was a question up in the front. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, Rishabh, great presentation. Just had a quick question. So you had a slide about the buyer medium from Google to LLM search. A little bit out there, but like, are you thinking as well in terms of preparation for buyers making decisions outside of the hardware that we currently use in laptops and phones to like glasses and stuff like that, and like how could that change the e-commerce visibility and you know how you prepare your products for advertisements and whatnot if people are now purchasing through a different medium entirely on their glasses?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to answer that question by sharing like a couple of points of view. So the first is that I think that if someone is coming in from like an LLM search, it's not going to change the audio, visual, touch requirements of a given product. So some products you can potentially, I'm not sure which ones off the top of my head, but maybe you can buy entirely off of text or off of audio. Some you're going to have to want to see, some you're going to want to have to touch, right? Like the total number of people who buy a car without touching it is not that big, right? I mean, there are people, but it's just not that many. And so, or a house, right? And I think that's one way of thinking about it, is just what are the elements of information that someone is going to need to have in order to make a purchase decision. And then I think whether what device it comes in through, I think is I think the device question is interesting mostly because the context that any device will have is going to be so massively different. So the reason I like the glasses question is not because necessarily you have to think about the form factor of the glasses, but because the glasses are always on. And if the glasses are always on, the context that it has about that shopping decision you're about to make is massively different than like your laptop, which you maybe rarely interact with if you are someone who travels a lot, for example, right? And so I think that part of it is going to be potentially underrated, is, hey, there are new devices that are going to have way more context about you in a given purchase decision. And that context is going to really change how it presents information to you, so.
Hi Rishabh, great presentation. Thanks for walking us through that. I'm building an e-commerce platform in India, and I was trying to take some key points away from the presentation. I think the first one is about how agents and AI are changing the discovery and how brands and platforms should be ready for that world and how content kind of takes shape in that. The second is, as that happens, the traffic gen or discovery is going to be a lot more distributed. There's going to be Instagram, TikTok, but also AI, and brands and platforms should have some kind of tooling, and that's probably where format kind of comes in and help them prepare for it. But it's the third one where I'm a bit lost a little bit, because I think you went into that direction of how format is helping people change product display pages dynamically. Is the insight there that users, as they come through this discovery journey, they are going to come with different sets of expectations through different channels, and then you need to have your landing pages customized for that? Is that what you're really saying, or is there something else that I'm missing there?
Yeah. Basically, the insight is that depending on the type of search query someone comes into any given experience into, in the context of Google Shopping, it is often like you're looking at a certain category. And so if you're just looking at a certain category, usually what you want to do then is allow the person to browse within the context of that category, which is also why Google Shopping ads basically works as a browse product, right? It shows multiple options. How you show that browse depends wildly on the category of the product. And that's basically the insight, is the different categories of product require different types of browse experiences. And if you were to experiment with different types of browse experiences for different types of products, you will find the consumer engaging in different ways. So, yeah. Amazing. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Rishabh. So we have a little bit of change in programming. So can we... Cool. We are all good. Are we good? Cool. How do I... Cool. Yeah, we're lunch is running a little bit late, so I had a presentation to make, so I'll just use this time so that we can be more productive. Thank you for that. Cool. So my name is Arjun Saksena. I'm the founder and CEO of Humanic. Humanic is lovable for email marketing. And I also run this community, AI and Marketing, where I think most of you know we've done a bunch of events. This is our third summit and everything else. One of the questions that I get asked again and again by a lot of people, does email marketing really work? Isn't it dead? And I pulled up some stats, but this is growing. So as the world, we send about 400 billion emails a day. So if you compound it over a month or something, it's like massive number of emails. And email is not just one thing. When you think about email and you dig into it, at a very high level, there are two types of emails. There is cold email, which is what most people think about whenever you think about email marketing, is cold, which is generally like, cold email, which is text heavy, doesn't have many graphics, doesn't have too many things. It is something that you do when you buy lists from ZoomInfo or Apollo and prospecting. And there are many platforms that are built for that. Instantly.ai is one big one. Regi.ai is another one, where you can buy lists and you can do cold emails. And that has very low success rate, very low open rate, and there's a lot of things that are happening there. And also, if you look in the last 10 years with cold email, Google and everybody else that is using AI to protect our inboxes have become so much better. Spam rate has gone down from it used to be about 78%, now it's down to 48, 49% because the AI is so much better. Also, Google reclassifies emails into promotions and other tabs. And you have no control over that as a sender. So all Google is trying to tell you is send better emails, not more emails. And that is something that most people don't want to hear because they want more leads, they want more people to know about their product. And there is all this AI in the middle. So yes, cold emails is something that we don't do. What we do is nurture. And nurture has many nomenclatures. One is lifecycle marketing, and it is opted-in email addresses. So many of you, if you've, in the last few days, must have received emails from me about the AI and Marketing Summit, which look pretty. Nurture emails generally are very brand heavy. They need to be pixel perfect. Most people design them in Figma, use tools to send them out. And it's very intentional. Because somebody who's opted in has some intent with your product, so you want to be very brand conscious, you want to be very intentional in sending out nurture emails. Nurture emails generally have open rates of 30 to 40%, because if you've signed up and like if GoDaddy sends me an email or TurboTax sends me an email, I definitely open it, and I think most people open it because it's got something relevant to you and you expect either your domain to be down, something's happening with the taxes, you will open it. But if you don't remember something and you get an email, you're going to delete it, and that goes out into spam and everything else. For nurture, the most important thing to look at is unsubscribes. So people had intent, you send them some notification. If it's not relevant, they will unsubscribe. So unsubscribe rate is the main thing to look for in nurture emails versus cold email, which is generally spam. Now, taking even a step further back when you say, does email marketing work? If you have any kind of digital business, if you break down where your market is, North America, especially America, is the biggest market. It has 80% of revenue that you can generate. Everywhere else, the market size is much smaller, and it's fundamentally very different. Email is the only culturally accepted form of solicitation in the US. You cannot call people, you can't WhatsApp. If you call somebody, they'll blacklist you and never put your phone number on spam. But for example, India is very different. Everything in WhatsApp, absolutely nobody sends emails, nobody opens emails. Same in the Middle East, everything is on WhatsApp. Europe is mixed. There are some emails, there are some WhatsApp and other tools. In China, it's a black box, you can't enter. So if you look at all of the channels that you've had in the last 25 years, email is still the channel in which you can bring a business proposal or something to a person. If it's relevant, they will open it, and they don't mind receiving it. If it continues to be relevant, and there are so many ways in which people can opt out and unsubscribe, they are completely not interested. Also, many times decision makers, you have to reach them at the right time, and email is fantastic for that reason. So now let me break down on how things are moving in the AI world. So the traditional way for nurture emails was pretty complex, multi-week timelines, cross-functional dependencies, lots of handoffs. Design team does everything in Figma, then you put it in a tool, you run a campaign, you do analytics. And it has been so complex for the last 20, 25 years. I used to work for Adobe as a head of growth for Photoshop and Illustrator, and my charter was to make sure that we had 400 million Adobe IDs, and how can we drive more engagement through emails and other channels. And I had the whole campaign team that Adobe had. Adobe has Marketing Cloud and Creative Cloud. So Creative Cloud has Photoshop, Illustrator, all these tools. And then there's the whole Marketing Cloud suite that has all the other marketing functions. And we are like 40 people trying to figure out how to send emails, and humans can't really do complex things like more of it, come up with iteration, variation. And as a result, it takes a lot of time. And finally, what happens is that marketing teams that have these tools hire agencies, and the agencies typically hire the lowest sort of skilled person to work at an agency in terms of what the product manager or what the product is associated with, because they want to increase their margin. Because of that, it takes longer and longer to run marketing campaigns, and there is lots of handoffs, etc. The future of nurture emails is prompt-based, just like everything else. You see it obviously with code, with development, for lifecycle marketing, for almost anything. The future of simplification is prompt-based. And there is one big thing that we've discovered building Humanic in the last couple of years, is that when you think of traditional marketing, which is below, when you have a marketing manager or a marketing team, their first job is to create content. They know exactly what they want to write. So first they write the copy, then they send it to the design team, they get it prettied up, and that takes multiple weeks. But they start with like, what do I want as a business to tell everybody? That's what we did at Adobe. We first came up with like, what do we want to tell people who just onboarded? What do we want to tell people who haven't done X in these many days? And then we figure out who to send. And then it's the data team that gets involved to figure out like who to send. And then there is some sort of unoptimized when to send. But this is sort of the traditional way. But in the agentic way, how AI works is that if you give AI context, if you tell them who to send, like with the data, then the AI has context. Like, these are all the people, and this is my goal, this is my audience. And it's a completely different way of thinking and doing about these things. So when you think of prompt-based systems, most people are not used to going top-down, saying, this is my goal, this is my audience, this is what I want to drive, this much, these many weeks, etc. They think more bottom-up, like how is it going to look? And then let me figure out, like, maybe I have a goal, but every goal is similar. If you're thinking from a business perspective, it's very similar, like blast it to everybody, let's see and which is why you get lower, click rates, because it's not relevant. So AI, the way it works is that you first figure out who to send, connect to your data sources, Amplitude, product analytics, whatever else. Then it can, if you give it the right prompt, like the right structure, it will figure out pretty good in what to send. And we've been doing this for more than 2-3 years. Last summer, when we were trying to do what to send, it was, a shit show, because it was just not producing. No matter how much we tried to give it context, the LLMs were not producing the good, even close to content that was good enough. But around October, November last year, it started to shift, and the models became better. Sonnet 4.5 is really good now in this year. And now, if you give the right context and you give the right people, it creates really good content. It's on point, and you can do so much with the kinds of things. And obviously, everything is in minutes and when to send. So there's a big shift in sort of how email marketing is going to be in the agentic world from a process and workflow perspective, less in terms of the traditional way. So this is sort of Humanic. It's just a prompt like Lovable or anything else. It's really simple. So if you are in the habit of going to ChatGPT and creating your content and then picking it up and put it in some tool that you're sending it to, Humanic is built so that the entire workflow, whether it's connecting your domain, getting the analytics, the spam, the unsubscribes, all of those workflow tools are built within Humanic, and it's free to log in, and you can use it. There is some credit system, and that's how it rolls. So the other thing that I wanted to share is that in the summer, we also, like Gamma, not sort of related to Gamma, but they are doing creator influencers. We've tied up with lots of educational influencers on YouTube and other places that are in the business of teaching AI and AI tools to lots of people. And we're starting to see a lot of growth in signups, et cetera, from that motion. And we're getting hundreds of signups every week, but this is pretty new right now. So thank you very much. Lunch is served. So we'll take a break and be back. Thank you.
when luck comes around, try as they might, they can't stop me. No, baby. But in the meantime, I got to groove. Put on my best fit and some shoes. I'm going out cause the week is through. And you know I'm trying to come home with you. Just let the dice roll, play the cards. Cause like a shit, I play the part. So let's just dance underneath the stars. I'm feeling rich though we really aren't. If not now, it's just gonna be a mystery till then. If not now, no. And shake the blues, it's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. So take my hand, baby, if you can. Let's dance into a wild romance. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Just for a moment, we can make all of our dreams come true. Cause we looking for love, baby. Ooh, let's just dance like we're alone in this room, yeah. If not now, it's just gonna be a mystery till then. If not shake the blues, it's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. So take my hand, baby, if you can. Let's dance into a wild romance. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have a good time tonight. Have a good time tonight. Let's dance into a rock romance. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's give it a try. What we got to lose? Throw your hands up and shake the blues. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Take my hand, baby, if you can. Let's dance into a rock romance.
You're such a hot temptation. You just walk right in, walk right in. 'cause you're right on time. 'Cause you're right on time. Right on time. 'Cause you're right on time. Right on time. Yeah, on time. 'Cause you're right on time. Time, time. Right on time. Right on time. Right on time. Right on time. On time. Right on time. On Turn it up on me, turn it up. Turn it up on me, I said turn it up. Turn it up on me, baby, turn it up. Turn it up on me. I've been waiting. I've been trying to keep it under control. I've been patient. Waiting for you to say it's a go and I hate it, girl. I'm leaning on my last leg. Thought I was your favorite, baby girl. This is how you make your favorite, baby. Come on, turn it up. Hey, turn it up on me. Say turn it up. Turn it up on me, girl. Turn it up. Turn it up on me, baby. Turn it up. Turn it up on me. 'Cause you can't look like you do and expect a man not to lose his cool. You can't act like you do and expect a man not to give it to you. You've been holding out, I've been holding on. You've been holding back, I can't hold it in. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Come on. Turn it up. Turn it up on me. Come on, turn it up. Turn it up on me, girl. Turn it up. Turn it up on me, baby. Come on, turn it up. Turn it up on me. Called your house, you ain't called back. I called your cell, you ain't phoned me back. I sent you mail, but they all came back. Sent you an email, but you ain't wrote back. Sent you a text, you ain't text back. The message I sent, well, the guy sent back. Even called myself something else, in fact. But you can tell and you ain't go for that. I said I called your house, you ain't called back. I called your cell, you ain't phoned me back. I sent you mail, they all came back. Sent you an email, you ain't wrote me back. Sent you a text, and you ain't text back. Message I sent, well, the guy sent back. Called myself something else, in fact. But now you can tell and you ain't go for that. Turn it up. Hey, turn it up on me. I said turn it up. Turn it up on me, girl. Turn it up. Turn it up on me. Turn it up. Turn it up on me. Turn it up. Hey, turn it up on me. Say turn it up. Turn it up on me, girl. Turn it up. Turn it up on me, baby. Turn it up. Turn it up on me. Turn it up. Turn it up on me. Come on, turn it up.
escaping. You know my face, you know my name. Know who I am, know why I came. is how you do it. This is how you do it. You do, you do, you do. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. You do, you do, you do. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. You do, you do, you do. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. You do, you do,
Hi, everyone. It's almost, it's going to be 1 and 2 minutes. If you can come back to the main hall so that we can get started. Cool. If everyone in the back can please make their way to the main hall. Thank you. So we have a couple of community announcements to make. There are some startups that are hiring. So can I get the founder of Yuka AI? Yeah. So they're doing very interesting stuff and they're hiring for several roles. So if anybody is interested, please connect. So if you can tell everyone what you guys are building and what kinds of roles you have.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeremy. I'm the founder at Yuka AI. We help brands on TikTok Shop automate affiliate marketing. Basically, brand can use our platform to find creators, reach out to them, manage collabs, and analyze videos to get those shoppable videos posted to sell their products. We are backed by Suza Venture, Creator Ventures. We are one of the fastest growing startup in the Bay right now. Just hit our 7-figure ARR within probably 8 months. So we have a few roles that we are hiring right now. One is head of our head of marketing. One is product designer. Another, we have 3 engineering positions open right now. So if you're interested, please let me know. I'm sitting at the back. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeremy. Cool. So yeah, if anybody's interested, please connect with Jeremy. He's got a bunch of roles in marketing and obviously in engineering. Next up, I want to call Fal Sarkar. He is integral part of the community, and he does a lot of stuff for the community that he's going to talk about.
Okay, great. Thanks, Arjun. I'm the guy who's been kind of posting when the events happen. You guys might be seeing it coming up if you're a speaker and whatnot. I'm also a career coach, and I work with a lot of people in the community who are looking for jobs or looking to shift jobs and who are looking for some guidance. And so if you're interested in that, if you go to my website, it's Fal, F-A-L, Sarkar, S-A-R-K-A-R, one-word.com. And then you can see the kind of stuff I do. You could also go to my LinkedIn page. We also do assessments. And one of the key kind of benefits of companies, especially startup companies, is how do you create cohesion within your team? And so these assessments that I do, which are DISC profiles, 12 driving forces, emotional intelligence. These are all elements that we can do an analysis of your team, you as a manager or CEO, individuals on your team, whether they're local or global, and then the system helps create reports, these basically assessments. I don't know, how many of you heard of DISC, D-I-S-C, which is like a personality type? It's like Myers-Briggs, but it's much, much better. And so if you're interested in how to build a cohesive team, one of the things I do is I could kind of come in and work with you, do these assessments, and then give you a report. And then, for the people who are attending this conference, I could actually give you free assessments at no cost. I can't just charge you for anything because it's a promotional thing that the TTSI company does. So if you're interested, reach out to me. I'd be happy to come in, set it up, and assess your team, behavioral and personality, and then give you a report on how to best work with the team. It analyzes things like, what are your stressors, what are your motivators. A lot of, you don't want to pick somebody with a low D dominance characteristic in a sales position. So these are some of the things that may be helpful as you build your team. So hope to see you. Thanks. Thanks, Arjun.
Thanks, Val. You're also.
Hi, just wanted to say hello. How is everyone doing so far? Good, awesome. I'm Trisha. I'm just saying hello here. Just wanted to let you know that I offer launch video and video content services. And I also offer design services, and I mostly target B2B tech startups. So if you're looking for improved engagement on LinkedIn, X through video content, please reach out. I'm here for the next hour. I'll be all around here. My name is Trisha. If you want to find me on LinkedIn as well, just let me know. But thank you so much.
Thank you. So the next hour, we are going to have 2 workshops. One is the AI SEO workshop that the AirOps team is hosting. That's in that room, the larger room right back there. So if you're interested to deep dive into AI SEO, make use of their pilot, you can go there. And then I'll be running an AI email where in the front room here for the next hour. So if you want to dig deep on lifecycle email, nurture, anything around that, then you can join me there in the front room. Cool. And then 2 o'clock we'll start our the last 3 talks, and that'll be the day. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. If we can all make our way back, let me just check on these guys. We have a bunch of people in that workshop. I don't know them to.
Yeah, I'm in a rush now.
You are not?
Not in a rush anymore. I'm in my meeting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Hello. Thank you very much for the wait. Sorry for moving things around a little bit. The AI SEO workshop has been very popular. So if you're coming out of the workshop, please join us in the main hall. We have Kris, who's the founder and CEO of Sendoso. If you don't know about Sendoso, then you should know about Sendoso. And he's going to talk about a very interesting marketing channel, which is direct mail. Not something that you'll see very often spoken about, and how AI is being utilized to do that. So please give him a big hand. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Kris Rudeegraap, and I'm the co-CEO and co-founder of Sendoso. A little about me personally. I was born and raised here in the Bay Area. Lived in San Francisco for about a decade, and now I live up in Marin. That's our Chief Marketing Officer, Stella. She used to come to the office with me every day. And if I am not working on Sendoso, you'll find me on the golf course. Yeah. All right. There's a little... There we go. So a little bit about Sendoso behind the numbers. So I started the company in 2017. We've raised about $150 million in funding. We've made 2 acquisitions already in the past 2 years of competitors. Through our platform, which is mostly used by B2B companies, we've seen over $300 million spent in gifting and direct mail. That's over 15 million sends. The average customer is reporting over 200% ROI on the campaigns they've done. We've done nearly 50,000 campaigns and over 5 million gift options. So that gives you a little bit more of the context and the data set that we see that's helping share the presentation today. And ultimately, what I want to share with you, this is all about AI, and I'm going to share some of my perspectives on how AI is redefining direct mail, and especially in how it's helping companies drive more pipeline. So ultimately, what I like to say is people buy from people, and so importantly, why relationships really drive revenue in today's really busy world. The first thing to note is that there's a staggering fact that 84% of buyers say the experience, the buyer's journey, is one of the most important things that they look at when they're buying, especially in a world where you have commoditized products or close pricing of competitors. The buying experience is what can differentiate you from winning that deal or not. The next thing to think through on why relationships matter is surveys have shown that the relationship between the buyer and the seller, is the #1 driver in the decision-making process, more so than product or price in most cases. And then the last goes back to trust. Again, you're trying to build trust with your buyer and seller, and trust and timing will beat spray and pray and velocity anytime. So ultimately, I want to share some numbers on direct mail with you guys and why I think it's so important. Direct mail response rates are 5 to 9 times higher than email. We also have some really interesting stats from, again, the 50,000 plus campaigns run through our platform, that gifting influence deals close 45% faster. So you can close more deals and close them faster by using direct mail. 70% of buyers we surveyed said thoughtful experiences make a brand more memorable. And then lastly, 60% of marketers we surveyed are increasing their spend on direct mail this year versus other years. Before I get into some more of the stats on how direct mail and AI are working for Sendoso, I want to kind of take a step back and talk to you, because direct mail is not new. For anyone in the room who's been in marketing for a couple decades will remember the pre-digital era, and direct mail was actually one of the most critical channels. It was more of a spray and pray, similar to how email is done, recently. And you used to just blast out direct mail to people's offices. When the 2000s came around, email and digital became the dominant channels, and they became way easier. And I think easier is a big term here to use. And because of that, direct mail kind of faded in usage, and the pendulum shifted, and digital took over. Through the last 15 years, I'd say probably more closely to the last 5 years, has kind of been the rebirth of direct mail and gifting programs. And that's been triggered very recently, seeing some tailwinds from just the saturation in digital. It's easier than ever to send a gazillion emails or running ads, and those are saturating the buyer's experiences, and so direct mail is coming back. And what we're seeing now for the next decade is how AI enters in and how AI is going to enable more precision, more personalization, and more predictive sending behaviors that will in turn drive more conversion. So I'll talk about more of that. So first, why AI is impacting direct mail more than other channels too, because I think that's important. You see AI and content and SEO. It's less talked about in direct mail, so I want to bring that up. So first is direct mail is hard to execute. It's one of the reasons why I assume the majority of people in this room who've not done yet is because it's harder. There's physical sourcing, there's supply chain, there's mailing addresses, there's packing boxes, there's logistics, there's tracking links. All those things make it harder, but AI comes in and makes that way easier, and I'll show you that. The other thing that direct mail has that other channels don't as much is this built-in fatigue prevention because there's a cost component. It's really easy to send out 10,000 emails today and you're not burdened by the cost to do so, versus if you were going to send out 10,000 direct mailers today, you have to think twice about that because there's a cost component, and that baked-in cost prevents saturation. There's also more of an emotional psychology when someone receives a gift or a direct mailer, and so that drives a different kind of behavior. It creates more reciprocity and in turn drives more results. And then lastly here is AI, or a lot of channels have already been AI-ified. Digital ads, some of these AI has been around to help those channels for a while now, and so there's no first mover advantage anymore. If you're coming in and using AI in some of the digital channels, you might be late to the game. As opposed to in direct mail, AI is just entering the scene in the last year or two. Ultimately, why AI matters, I think this is obvious, but increasing conversions and increasing productivity, those are the two drivers on why AI is helping direct mail. AI is able to analyze billions of data points, assist in writing, provide personal recommendations. It will not replace human interactions, and I think that's a critical component, and it's not just using ChatGPT. So I want to show you how we've been helping our hundreds of thousands of users and customers with AI, and that's behind this whole Smart Suite that we launched about a month ago, and I'll share with you some of the data we're seeing in usage of these AI features. So the first thing that we brought to market is this Smart Signal. This is data and AI to suggest when and who to send to. And again, when you see this, you'll see this trend of how are these helping drive conversions? How are these helping with productivity? And so the first one is eliminating the need to figure out when you should send and who you should send to. The next thing is what to send. So using data and AI to predict the best gift or mailer that'll elicit the best response from an individual. We can bring this down to a person's email address telling you, hey, Chris likes golf, Chris lives in the Bay Area, Chris has a dog. That type of information can then direct you to send better gifts or mailers out. Sorry, let's skip ahead. There we go. Smart message. This is the kind of the lowest hanging fruit, just making it easier to write what message you should be sending out, what's the right call to action. Oh, shoot, sorry. Smart delivery is using data on the mailing address. So we've been able to pinpoint people's home or office addresses. We can tell you if this person's working in the office or working at home, and we can tell you what that address is. Again, shortcutting the time it takes for you to think about where should I send this. And then lastly is the smart, sorry, this thing's a little finicky. The Smart Campaign. And this is data suggesting where you should be tracking that campaign. A little bit about the data we're seeing. So in October of last year, 0% of the direct mail and gifting through our platform was AI enabled. There was no AI. We launched the features that I just showed you in September. About 15% or 14% specifically are now, everything on our platform, 14% of the sends are using AI. We project that by next year this time, about 90% of the sends through our platform will be AI enabled. Whether that's through Smart Send, Smart Delivery, a Smart Message, it's taking off. So let's talk about the future of AI. So the first I see, and this is the next couple of years, I would say this future, 1 to 5 years, is real-time intent-triggered instant gifts. So this is things that are happening in real time. Someone's going to your website, that's triggering a gift. The next is AI-driven ROI across both online and offline channels. So I think that's a big unlock where we're seeing in B2B, how do you connect offline and online? The next is autonomous always-on gifting. So right now, a lot of people think about gifting in terms of campaigns. That's how we've taught a lot of our customers. But in the future, it'll be always on, just like you're always on running digital ads. And then lastly, AI is going to take over the packaging, the printed collateral, and some of the hyper-personalization. The big thing here is I've said direct mail and gifting probably like 1,000 times. And I think the critical component of this is it's not just direct mail by itself. It's advertising, it's content, it's outbound, it's direct mail. Everything's getting AI-ified. I think people are, some of the low-hanging fruit is AI-ifying your content strategy or your advertising. But once you AI-ify your entire marketing funnel, that's really where the magic happens. And this is really where we see the future. So my takeaways, AI doesn't replace human connection, it amplifies it. The winners of tomorrow's pipeline will combine AI precision plus human creativity. And then lastly, your next customer isn't waiting for another email, they're waiting to be delighted. So again, bringing it all back, people buy from people. How do you create these experiences that drive people to want to buy? And that's it. Feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. I post a lot about direct mail and gifting. And then feel free to email me if you're curious and want to hear more. But I want to open up for questions now for people. I think walking around with the microphone, so.
I got one. So the customer base for my company is global.
Yep.
And we've had challenges at times with direct mail, just dealing with address identification and mailing infrastructure in a lot of countries around the world. Do you guys focus on just the US, or do you have global scope? And do you think that some of like the address identification technology you've developed using AI has almost made a larger impact in some of the countries where it's been traditionally more difficult to figure out addresses and get the mail to them?
Yeah, so we have a global presence. We have offices overseas. We have warehouses and countries we service in Europe and Asia. There are certain countries where we have less of a infrastructure or less of a customer base, so we don't service those, some in South America. But long story short, yes, I think AI is going to help across all of this. I think that in certain countries, you have to think even more about how you personalize because of just localization. And if you're a marketer running that program from the US, you might not know as much as you need to about localizing gifts in these different countries, what they want, what the messaging should be. I remember it was probably like 6 or 7 years ago when we were launching in the UK, people were calling gifts hampers. And I'm just, San Francisco boy saying, oh, like a clothes hamper? But no, like that is like what they call gift baskets over there. I mean, silly example, but just goes to show that like it's critical how AI could come in and just help with all those things. The address stuff too, we're looking at how do we optimize who's the best carriers in these regions too, and some of that's used by some interesting technology on the back end. Because in some emerging markets, the carriers are the problem, and the infrastructure, specifically in Middle East and part of Asia, is part of the problem, which maybe you've experienced where the addresses and delivery is problematic. And so we're solving that from a technology perspective too.
I have a question about, so I sell B2B and work from home. How do I actually get stuff to these people and maybe not creep them out that I know their home address or?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So the way that I think about it is, we're all business people and we're all consumers, and everyone's kind of fine getting the consumer postcard from DoorDash or Purple Mattress, but we've kind of merged at least for people that have worked from home in high tech, you kind of merge your personal and business life a bit, especially if you're working from home. You can imagine if people that you're selling to work from home, then it's not as strange anymore to receive, instead of a postcard from Purple Mattress or from DoorDash or Instacart, why not receive a nice gift from a B2B company? Why is B2C going to have your home mailing address and not a B2B company? So, yes. Yeah, so we have proprietary data sources to get home addresses. We have technology that helps map people's like business email to where they live, or also whether you are living proximity to an office, and when we'd have a better suggestion that we should actually send to the office instead of your home. So if you didn't want to use a platform like Sendoso, there's ways to use whitepages.com, True People Search. So we just make it like an instant click of a button versus you could still do this by way of spending 15, 20 minutes researching person's LinkedIn, looking on White Pages, True People Search, a bunch of other sites. We're just shortening that time to seconds.
So this idea of autonomous gifting, one can imagine extending that with like 3D printing, for example, right? So you could come in, look at what the person wants, print it in real time, and mail it out. Is that kind of going in that direction?
I think that's fair if the 3D printing of the gift item is relevant. I think certain gift types are, not applicable for 3D printing, but you could think about maybe 3D printing part of the gift, like part of the, we do this now, or even custom boxes will have insert trays, and those are 3D printed. A lot of times those are being done through machines that use more like paper and cardboard, but you could see a world where you want to insert trays, or we do print on demand belly bands, other things that can be printed on demand that will make one of one and make that a more on-demand process. There's a question there in the back.
We can take it offline.
Okay, find me offline, email me, or add me on LinkedIn. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I thank you, Kris, for adjusting to our change of plan, and I apologize for the delay. Next up, we've got Paul from AMP. With him is Lucas from Taxfix, and they're going to talk about how AI is influencing taxation. Thank you.
All right. Excited to be here again, and hello to everybody who was maybe caught our session yesterday. Today we're going to build on what we talked about yesterday, but also going to do a quick review for those of you who are new. But today will be a little bit more technical in terms of setup, as well as in terms of the challenges that orgs can face and teams can face as they kind of adopt agentic AI. So a quick introduction to us. I'll just do me again very fast, and then we'd love to hear from Lucas and hear about some of the really cool problems that you have to solve for if you're helping people solve that very critical thing that's right there with death, unfortunately, the reality of taxes. It doesn't have to be as bleak, fortunately, especially when you use something like Taxfix. So AMP is what we call agentic infrastructure, and what we use agentic infrastructure for consumer applications. And what that means is a layer of infrastructure that provisions an agent for every end user. And so what you can imagine is just a field force of agents, one-to-one with your users, and you manage those agents in their tactical decisions around how to communicate effectively with your customers. AMP was founded in late 2020. We're backed by a bunch of great funds. We're used by a bunch of customers all over the world. We've got team members in 16 countries and growing. But what's much more exciting to hear about today is from Lucas himself. So Lucas, please introduce yourself in terms of the kind of work you do, and then we'll also talk a little bit about Taxfix.
Cool. Thanks, Paul. I'm Lucas Masu. I'm head of MarTech for Taxfix. I'm based in Córdoba, Argentina, and I lead a team of like 12 people between product managers, designers, data people, and engineers. And a little bit of Taxfix. I know these numbers are not overwhelming. Being in San Francisco, this is like every Tuesday afternoon for you guys, but for a German company, it's pretty big, especially in the tax and financial service area. The company has been around for a while now. It has had like 400 employees for the last 3 years, so there was a lot of rotation as the strategy realigned, and there was a lot of M&A. So far, we got more than 200 million in funding, and that's euros, so it's a little bit more of that in US. And I think the most important part is this. More than 8 million tax refunds have been filed through the platform, and that is like a lot of money going back to regular people who contribute to the economy, and they get money back when they file their tax refund. And that's what we do. We get. That's how I want to see it. We give people money back. So that's it for Taxfix.
It's not always about sort of big numbers, though. It's often just the complexity. I think we can underrate the impressiveness of these numbers. Actually, I always remember that it was the German 19th century poet Goethe who called double entry bookkeeping one of the most impressive inventions of human mind. To solve for taxes in a place like Germany is no trivial thing. Let's just dwell on that for a second, just because it illustrates a lot of the complexity that most consumer businesses are solving for, but just at a really, like an intricate depth, right? You can't just order a burger. You got to go through a process, and the application is helping you go through that process. Can you just give us some examples of what's some of the challenges of solving for taxes?
Yeah, so the tax refund use case is pretty tricky in the sense that you cannot manufacture the trigger for it. Like if you're done, you're done. You're not going to do it again. It's not e-commerce or, I don't know, ordering something online. There's another nuance. The seasonality is pretty awkward, especially in Germany. We have like a camel shape seasonality. It gets high around February when people get their pay slips, which is like a summary of all their income, and they're ready to file the taxes because that's required. And then interest goes down and then picks up at the end of the season towards end of June, July, where all the slackers realize that they're in trouble if you don't do it. Then it peaks and it dies until the end of the year. You only have people doing previous years, because in Germany you can file up to 4 years in the past, right? So end of this year, you're losing your opportunity for fiscal year 2021, right? So it has a lot of nuances. What resonates at the beginning of the year doesn't resonate anymore in July, and has nothing to do with what people wants to hear about throughout the low season of Q4. So that, and on top of it, the life cycle is also kind of long. It could last weeks sometimes, and it doesn't have to be like continuous. They can start in February and finish in July and work on it like 1 week in February and 1 day in July. So it's pretty nuanced, and that is one of the reasons why you get to a point where traditional CRM doesn't do the trick anymore, because you get stalled in like email engagement, push notification, and also in particular in Germany, people is less and less willing to enable or subscribe to email or opt in for push. So it's getting trickier and trickier over time.
Yeah, Luke was talking a lot about the macro factors, but if we think again about consumer psychology, taxes are inevitable, and yet we do a really good job of avoiding the inevitable. And it's because it's complex. If we think about personalization, there's no way taxes can be generic, because it's specific to your situation, how your income is coming in, how your conditions are there. And so you got to communicate all of that, but you also got to communicate under probably pretty severe guardrails, because it's a sensitive topic and you can't, say whatever you want. You got to make sure you're accurate, and you got to be contextual to be useful. And the alternative is for somebody to go, because they have to do the taxes. The alternative is to go work with maybe an in-person advisor, which is either means they're losing their reimbursement, they're losing their refund when they really need it, or they're just spending a lot of time when they also need that time. So it's a fascinating problem, and like you said, Lucas, like conventional CRM has a lot of limitations. I showed this yesterday, but it's just worth thinking about, because if we want to communicate with end users and help them solve for their taxes, we got to think about all the data sources that we have to pull in, and then we got to think about all the different channels and ways that we can send a message. And right at the heart of it is just humans setting up those rules and just sort of deciding what to do and when. We'd love to hear maybe a little bit about the setup at Taxfix and some of the challenges you guys faced.
Yeah, of course. There was a situation at the beginning of the project where I was just ramping up, and I asked, what are the requirements? And one of the guys said, we want everything. And I was like, what do you mean by everything? Literally everything. Every event, with every payload, with every custom attribute, we want everything. And there were some limitations to it. Of course, we cannot just go all the way and share everything. And the number one blocker was PII. Because of the way things were set up, it was impossible for us to share everything as another destination and segment, and we had to do some custom work there.
A lot of MarTech today operates under a little bit of the illusion that if you just have data, you can solve every problem. And quickly you face the problem of moving data around and realizing that in its full event complexity, it's very hard to work with. So you start to aggregate it, you start to limit it. And one of the challenges of adopting agentic AI is to sort of step away from those aggregations that are very comforting, that are very safe, and that have lower friction in terms of accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, I think, one of the things that Taxfix did really well is to think through that, step back from some of those assumptions in order to enable agents to have that much richer context that's in the event stream.
Totally. And the reason we thought of AMP was because our opening rates were going down, the retained submissions were stalling, and the level of engagement with opt-in, like people want opt-in more and more with this fear of getting their data leaked and getting in trouble for that. So we realized that things like timing and having a message that resonates for very specific audiences was becoming more and more necessary. And at some point, when you only work on the area of what you know, you hit a ceiling, and it's not about talent anymore. It's about like everything that could have been optimized has already been optimized, and you have to look away from it and get in the territory of what you don't know. And that's how we thought AMP was going to be able to help us, right? Like having these agents that look at things that might not have like logical connection, but they do have a connection. And when that kicks in, then magic happens, right?
Yeah, and timing is a great example. You gave the notion, right, that a tax is seasonal, and yet we want to get people to think about it in advance so they can prepare, so they can solve a lot of problems. Timing is a great example of this, where I think Matthias had a great slide yesterday showing that from the context of food delivery and ride hailing, you can structure a day in a way that makes a lot of sense. It's like send a message about food at 12 p.m., send a message about something else at 3 p.m. It's all very structured and consistent. And you can do something similar in terms of taxes. You can say taxes is 60 days out, taxes is 30 days out. And if the message isn't resonating, if it's not specific, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, it doesn't do much because it's not responsive to the end user. And so what Agentic AI represents is when we attach an agent to a user, the agent can be responsive not just to the time, but to the intersection of time and what we're sending. And so they start to respond, and then they start to kind of slow down and speed up based on how they see that user responding. So the concept of how it works, and this is where we're going to get technical for a little bit, is that we put agents and we connect them to all those data streams. Now, connecting those data streams has its challenges. The opportunity is that if we do that, the agents can operate across that rich context. And then we connect the agents to the various surfaces we can message across. So push notifications, emails, the actual in-app experience as you're completing your taxes. And instead of having that human in the center, connecting the dots between the different events and the different campaign contexts, et cetera, we have the agents making those decisions. But because it's fully ingesting everything, there are technical complexities to that. So maybe, Lucas, you want to talk a little bit about how you guys thought very innovatively and thought around problems in terms of how you can make AMP and make agents computationally efficient as well as secure and compliant with government rules, which again, in Europe, are pretty strict.
Sure thing. So as I mentioned before, segment is our single event bus. All the marketing data and user interaction data goes through that platform. And when we got this requirement of getting everything but the PII, we thought that was going to be easy. It's just a destination function. We've done it before. But then we realized that everything meant a lot of events. Like, for example, this is, it's not visible here, but it's like more than 15 million events only in 2 weeks, and we are off season. So that meant that unless we wanted to have like a 2x increment or on our segment bill, we had to come up with a different way because computational cost of a destination function was super high. We didn't see that one coming, but because of that, then we realized that if we were supposed to block PII on the source level, then we were going to break the rest of the integrations that do have the right to see PII. So if we did it here, then it was going to be super expensive. So we came up with a solution of using a native functionality in segment that is called a repeater that we weren't aware of, that serves the purpose of a destination function that just broadcasts the same events back into the source. And then we created a special source for AMP events where we will trim all the PII, and then an AMP destination that will receive everything but the PII without impacting on the segment build. So that was one of the nuances of the integration, I'll say.
And the idea that we built again on yesterday was that any business has a complex infrastructure already. No business is starting from a blank slate when they're implementing Agentic. There's a lot of complexity to it. And so the idea is that software, if it's Agentic, should be able to be responsive, should be able to interoperate with the tools you have in place. And the job of the human is to think strategically about the trade-offs involved with potential uplift, potential costs. And if you design it that way, you can allow for that creativity to solve for the problem. It doesn't have to be a blocker. It's an opportunity to solve for it, and then you can drive real results. AI doesn't have to be this thing that you POC in a small box and never get into the real world. You can get it into the real world when you've designed it to be robust to that complexity. Now, last thing I want to talk about before we can get into some questions is that because of the sort of psychological complexity of taxes, right? We all are deferring for different reasons. We all have our own concerns. We all have our own fears about why we're putting it off. For an agent, for a human to learn that, they have to pay attention to what your concerns are as they guide you through that process. And so if we want agents to be able to do that, because agents are more scalable, we have to give them the capability of learning at that incremental level. So we talked a little bit about that yesterday in the context of food, and it's just as true in the context of taxes. That if we can instrument and track the very small subcomponents of what we're communicating to users, then we can optimize, we can learn over time. And the result is that you go from having a single fixed message in your in your platform that you just blast to everybody that just says, hey, welcome to Taxfix, or hey, get your taxes done, to millions of possible messages that emphasize that, hey, it's don't worry about the complexity, we've got you, versus there's a lot of money waiting for you that's going to be great for you and your family. So many ways to frame that. So this becomes the vision. This is what you want to achieve. And again, there's always hidden complexity. And then it's about how you solve for that. How do, in a world with Agentic where we're generating many possible conversations, how do we make that possible and get into a little bit of the technical depth here? So Taxfix has been doing some really cool work using an assembly of different pipeline tools. And Lucas, please tell us a little bit about it.
Sure, of course. The same way that we didn't see it coming, the I want everything when it came to events and attributes, because we came from a perspective of there are 3 or 4 events that Fire canvases embrace. There are 3 or 4 attributes in the user profile that will define one segment or the other. The same thing happened when it came to content. When you have a canvas with 10, maybe 15 emails, it's really hard to conceive a scenario where you have thousands of potential combinations, not just 10 or 20, right? And also the level of fragmentation of that content. Like when you're in like a regular traditional CRM, you create the entire message. In here, you don't create the entire message. You create components of the message, like, I don't know, subject, the greeting, the value prop, the call to action. And then the engine will do the mix and match and try to find what resonates the most with the user. So there was zero way that for us to do that manually. Like we have one person that is like our head of copy systems, and he has a couple of freelancers working with him for everything, including product copy. So there was zero chance he will have the bandwidth to feed the engine the ginormous amount of content that was required. So we thought that we will reuse some automation we had in NA10 for other email use cases. And that was, of course, a failure because of the reasons I just mentioned, right? Like fragmentation and volume. So we shifted to a spreadsheet, of course, that will take the different components and the attributes of the component, like the labels for tonality or the message that you want to talk about, because there are different things that might resonate with people seeking safety and not getting in trouble, other people seeking the money because they need it, other people just looking for convenience. And then we create a script that will put placeholders for every component of the message and will replicate all the inputs like tonality, message, what component it is, etc. Give you the copy, and then as a comment on every single piece of content, the prompt that was executed for each of the pieces of copy. And right now we're getting in trouble because this spreadsheet is out of control. It probably has like 100 of active cells as input, different areas for the system prompt, for the user prompt, how to combine the different inputs. And at this point, we're thinking of actually building a tool with proper project management, QA, different access levels. And also, because we're not even close of hitting the limit of tokens that modern models have, which I think Gemini Pro is like 2.5 is like 1 million input tokens. We're probably, with the system prompt, we're probably around 60,000, and the user prompt is around 1,000. But the stuff that you add at the end doesn't have the same prevalence, and it's frequently ignored. Even we're really far from the limit. So there is a second piece of the equation, which is QA. So even if your system prompt is complete and all the instructions are there, sometimes the model will decide to ignore some of them, especially the ones at the end. So you have to run another one to check that the copy is actually properly created. And in the tax arena, it's very nuanced, because there are some words that you cannot use, even there are synonyms with words that are recommended, especially in German. Like you change 2 things in a message and you get in trouble because you're legally, it's not possible for us to provide tax advice. We can do the tax filing, but we're not entitled to provide tax advice. And there's zero chance that someone will manually go one by one, right? So what we created was a very easy to use QA system that will highlight the potential errors in red, and then the curator will go through it and delete the ones that have errors and regenerate those. And at the same time, we will capture a system prompt that will prevent that problem from happening again. And we put it both on the system prompt and the QA prompt. So that's how it works.
This can be hard to grok in a quick take, but the elegance of the design is pretty incredible. But remember where we came from. We came from the world of just wanting to understand people and understand where they are and how to communicate with them. And to kind of solve for that problem, we have the opportunity to actually use technology to expand our creativity and do it in a structured way to allow us to be also compliant and effective and trackable and auditable. And actually, I want to point a shout out is that when we started working together, they had a copywriting team. And a few months in, they created this concept of a copy systems lead, because what real personalization means is content creativity production at scale, and measuring and managing the complexity that is the reality. Just think, it's like when you got 1 million customers, there's a lot of people, you send 10 campaigns, that's okay, it all makes sense. But you don't want to do that because all those 1 million people are unique and distinct. So if we're going to have 1 million conversations, how do we make sense of them, and how do we provision for them without just sort of loosely putting an LLM out and letting it say whatever it wants? It doesn't work, but there are ways to make something that does work and that's super effective. So maybe quick takeaways, and then we'll see if anybody's got some questions.
Sure. So it's very tempting if you're coming from traditional CRM to carry over your mental models and think of triggers and audiences. Like, I want my segments, I want my triggers. It's very normal. But from our experience, that was a mistake. That's what we did at the beginning. And then we realized that we were crippling the model, we were crippling the engine because of that. The engine doesn't care about large segments or triggers. It cares about everything and nothing at the same time. And we don't have to, it's not a good idea to try to force your logic into it, because it's a losing game. The second thing is about the size or the magnitude of the experiments, right? Don't think you are going to run another CRM experiment when you evaluate one of these tools. The amount of content that these things can take is huge, and that is actually a good thing, and it's a differentiator, so you have to empower the model with lots of content, and also stop thinking about testing with 10% of your audience, because that's also crippling the model, crippling the engine. You have to test with as many users as possible, of course, considering the risks, but the more the merrier, because that will fasten the learning curve of the engine, and you'll start seeing results faster. And finally, play the long game, and because there is a huge difference between traditional experimentation and experimentation with AI, which is the variations that you test traditionally are static. They're the same. You go day 1, day 10, day 20, they're the same variation. With AI models, variation evolves. And as it evolves, it becomes better. So trying to evaluate a model with 10 days of an experiment or 20 days in an experiment, it doesn't make any sense. I think we should see it like a strategic investment and just make it happen and make it work. That will be my advice.
Yeah, cool. Super exciting. All right, so any quick questions, thoughts, anything we can clarify or speak to? Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to the amount of effort that it took up front to set up all the infrastructure to be able to run this engine. So I think traditionally in marketing, this is a bit of the flip, like you start small and light, you prove that something works, and then you go big on the infrastructure. And it seems like in this case, you have to put a pretty big investment up front and go big with it before you're going to be able to prove that this is actually going to work for the business. So we'd love to hear a little bit about the upfront infrastructure work.
Of course. Actually, I had the same impression before we started the project. But then when we realized that having a single event bus was pretty much 90% of the work, and the rest was just trimming the PII, I would say that we got it running like in less than 2 weeks. And then we realized about the cost problem, and then we have to switch. And switching was actually cheaper because we were using native functionality from Segment. So that was another week for the data infrastructure to be done. I think the heavier lifting was to set up the experimentation tracking to see whether things were working or not. But because we did it the wrong way, because we wanted to test specific audiences and monitor audiences individually, and then you run into all these data inconsistency problems where, I don't know, the control will have 1.5 million users in the audience, and then AMP will have 1.2, and then they're not comparable. but it was a conceptual error. It wasn't an intrinsic complexity of the integration. It was because we were thinking in terms of the legacy CRM instead of the agentic CRM.
Having built systems for so long, it's been so fascinating to see that the obstacle really is not the technical setup, it's the mindset. It's that it's very hard to shift the mindset. And that's why we've invested so much in support to shift that mindset and to kind of help clarify. We're so excited when folks like Lucas help educate the community to how you can make that shift. But technically, that's not the block. That's not the reason not to move forward. It's putting in the effort to think through what it is involves and being open-minded to it, and then following through and then driving to results. And I think you consistently do see those results.
100%, especially because of, I mean, nobody considering a tool like this is a fresh out, right? You've been around. You've been around, you have your mental models, you have your like functional and structural fixedness, and you already see reality in one way. Like, for example, duration of experiments, the percent of the audience that participates of an experiment, the fact that the variation doesn't change, the fact that the variation is predefined. You design variations most of the times in the traditional world. You don't design your variations here. You give it, you feed the beast and let the beast do the thing. And once you realize that you're looking at the problem from the wrong angle, then everything makes sense, and all the complications, they evaporate because they were made up. You made them up, right? So it's, when you think about it, it's actually one of the easiest tests ever because you don't have to do anything, and that's the hard part, right? You don't have to do anything. Just feed the content, that's it.
Although I would say the elegance of some of what they've done is not nothing actually, but I would say it's not heavy manual effort. It's again like elegance in design and creativity and thoughtfulness about what the problems your customers are facing. Anything else? Any other questions? But a great question. I think I really love to see that point made.
I have a question about risk. With the first, you first start it and it's sending and you got messaging going out, it could go bad real quick. I mean, or am I just making that up?
Well, tell us a little bit more what you mean by it can go bad real quick.
I mean, if it's an inappropriate message. So I'm assuming, you know, how much control do you have over that? And I'm just not making the mental leap here, you know.
It's a great point, and I had the same feeling. It's like, what if we send some weird message, right? And it happened, of course, it happened. We're a tax solution, again, not manufacturable trigger for a use case. So if you're done with your taxes, and I send you a message right after you finished, you're still in time to file your taxes. You're going to get confused. It's like, what happened with my submission? It went through, there was an error, you freak out, right? That was a very bad scenario, right? And it happened to 17,000 users, which is a lot. The main reason for it was because Segment was unsuccessful sending the event. It wasn't part of the design of the model. It was because there are some events that for some reason were incomplete in terms of payload. Like I think some of them were missing a time zone for some reason. I don't know. We should ask Segment. And they're pretty expensive. They should have an answer for that. And it was not what we expected. What was the risk of sending a wrong message in my mind? It's like that the greeting wasn't going to match the value prop or the call to action, like some inconsistency, but you can actually fine tune that with the labels and only create content that matches the next piece of content and the next one, right? And back to the issue we had, that is actually triggering the third version of the integration, which is not using Segment at all and just exposing the data of the events and the attributes directly from our data lake to AMP. That is the contingency plan for that risk. So, yeah.
So just very quickly to summarize, systemically, you definitely can't use a language model and let it say whatever it wants. You have to have review processes. You do the same thing with your humans. If you hire 100 people, you don't put them out in the field and let them say whatever they want. You put them through training. So you have to do something similar with agents. And then you do have risk whenever you do anything. And I think the thing is that traditionally we do one thing and then we wait 4 weeks and we do another thing and we wait another time, we do another thing. And so what agents allow you to do is do more of those things faster, which means you uncover problems faster. I would argue that that is not a feature, that's not a bug, that's a feature in the sense that you would have found those problems manually, you would have just found them a lot slower, and the counter risk is not doing anything and not innovating and not surviving in the sense that your customers are looking for alternative solutions that do help them progressively, because we don't live in a world where you can do one thing and you're just done. And so the ability to solve those and uncover those problems faster is a big part of what agents help you do. One last question.
You spoke about shifting the mindset. What I'm wondering is like how difficult it gets as the complexity scales. You think big enterprises with too many minds to shift.
I don't know, that sounds really exciting to me. Really. I think that's nothing we have to fear. It's just progress. It's just, yeah, how cool is it to change an organization and allow it to actually thrive at scale and actually manage complexity? What's much worse, in my opinion, is exactly what happens, is you get bigger and you don't change and you don't evolve and you don't try things. And so smaller business come and take your place. I think there's a lot of benefits to large enterprises that have worked over time, that have learned things, that can be managed, that can be captured, and we can all benefit from. And so enabling Agentic to allow them to benefit from that experience, but actually continue to innovate forward, to me, that's super exciting. That's nothing to be afraid of. That's the opportunity. That's what you want. And yeah, it's hard, but it's worth it. Would you say it's worth it, Lucas?
100%. In our case, we're not like a large enterprise, but we have suffered from this transition not being made on time, right? And again, we were having LeBron James invited to a soccer match and then complaining why he wasn't scoring, right? It's like, if you have LeBron, let him play basketball, right? And that means stop or don't try to force the tool to work as a traditional CRM. And if we want to zoom out and abstract the concept, that is basically not thinking in terms of A or B. And the way it worked for us was we let it coexist and we monitor it. And then we realized that all these fears were just imaginary, and it has risks like any other tool, but they're not different. They're the same. And if you have a good monitoring system, you spot them on time and you fix them. As a matter of fact, thanks to this integration, we realized that we had a serious problem of events being lost in a segment that was also affecting Braze, which is our legacy CRM, and we fixed it for both. So it's not about the tool itself. It's it's scarier when, in terms of Jeff Bezos' decision making, you see it as a one-way door. It's a two-way door, and actually you can keep it open. You can keep both open. You can have the old system running next to the new one and monitor it, and also make it complementary. Like for example, at the beginning, the engine is going to struggle because the engine doesn't have enough context, and maybe logic wins. So you probably have traditional CRM for the first 2 weeks. 3 weeks, and then you shift the journey to the agentic one. Or maybe at the beginning, it makes sense to have both depending on different audiences. I don't know. You will figure it out as you let it do its best, right? But the only advice I will give about this challenge is to not force the model to play the old game. Let it play the new game, right? With all the nuances that the new game has. And if it is a very sensitive use case or a very sensitive industry, then have strong monitoring. Do not cripple it for the sake of preventing something bad from happening, because then it's not comparing apples to apples, right?
Well, I don't think I've ever had AMP compared to LeBron James. I feel like I have to end on that note. Thank you so much, Lucas. All the knowledge.
I'll do Messi next time.
And thank you all for
Thank
being
you.
here. And yeah, we'll be around.
Cool. Thanks, thanks, Paul. So thank you for sticking around till the very end. We have our last presenter, BlakeCohlan, who's an integral part of the AI marketing community. He is going to talk about, he's a big influencer on LinkedIn, etc. And he's done a bunch of work around marketing, demand gen, and he's going to give you some practical tips on how to use AI.
Perfect. And you stole my LeBron James joke. I was going to open with that. All right. Can you hook me up? All right. Thank you so much for sticking around, and big thank you to Arjun and the rest of the speakers. This is a phenomenal conference. I love going every year. It really shows the depth that we're able to get in the community, and then also our ability to just be able to constantly learn. So thank you. So the last session, I used to go to these conferences, and I would get asked by my boss to justify the ROI, and he would say, hey, what did you learn? And then what can we do immediately to be able to implement or innovate and all that? And oftentimes, because the content was so rich, I was overwhelmed with the potential of all the presentations and great content, and I would always give the same blank stare of, it was awesome. And so my gift to you is, go over here. Oh, cool, thank you. I'm gonna miss my 15 minutes of fame. So my gift to you is to give you the answers and give you the playbook. So I've designed 3 plays, the best of the best of some of the content I've produced, to be able to give you something that everyone in the room should be able to implement tomorrow or even today if you wanted to. Quick about me, I'm Blake. I'm the president of Demand Unlocked. It's a nonprofit focused on helping organizations level up in their AI. And a lot of times I'm coming into organizations to give a keynote to inspire people on how to use AI in different ways, or even just workshops in the communities to help local businesses be able to amplify their social media or even level up some of their content. Former VP of Demand Gen, my claim to fame in 15 years is I've probably done every single role in marketing other than product marketing. So I don't know if that's on the future roadmap, but potentially could be. And then, as Arjun mentioned, I launched my content creation business last year at this conference. I did a workshop with Zapier, and because of the success of it, they signed me up as an influencer. So the Gamma presentation instantly resonated with me as a creator, and it's such a wonderful way to give back to the community, as we all have a lot of wonderful thoughts. So please connect with me and follow for some content. So here's the answers to the test. If you scan this QR code, you have all of the images of the presentation, you have the prompts behind everything. This way you can just enjoy, relax. If you want to take pictures of me, you can and post it on social. That would be awesome with the tag, "This was probably one of the best presentations of today." Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll do 3 different use cases. The first one is around image to video and how easy it is for you to be able to do it and experiment with it. The next one is expanding our account research to be able to do live web data searches, to be able to include that potentially maybe in outreach messages. And then also how you can start your journey with GEO. SEO got us there in terms of search, AEO got us there in terms of answers, and now GEO is the next frontier in terms of really interacting with LLMs to be able to highlight the value of your brand. and be able to engage with your audience. So scroll stopping ads. This is a local coffee roaster in my area. I live in Rockland, California. And I went over there and was looking at some of their content on social media and said, hey, like, can I take a picture and can I experiment with some AI models and give this back to you to be able to engage a little bit differently with your content, or even use this for some advertising campaigns that you have. So there's 5 easy steps to get started with image to video. Log in, create an account with Polo AI or fall.ai. Polo's really good for B2C content, and they have different ideas and prompts and models to be able to engage, and then as well as fall.ai. Select an image to text, or excuse me, image to video model. I cannot pronounce that one that I listed on the screen, but I use it almost daily because of the outputs that I'm able to get with it and the consistency I'm able to do. You upload the image, you describe what you want to do, and then you hit run. Some quick tips before I show you the result of this is I created a custom GPT where it helps me, one, be creative in terms of what motion I want to do within the image, but then also helps create negative prompts in terms of what not to do. These models are not good with text. They're not good with logos. So you want to make sure that all of the prompts that you do create, you're following some consistency in terms of what you tell it not to do, as well as what you want it to do. Fall.ai has a really good PLG motion that allows you to experiment with multiple models at the same time with one prompt, which is awesome. So if you're going in and you want to look for different ideas, you want to see how each model reacts to your content, you're able to set it up once, run it through, and then you're able to see all the different results. And then if you have a mascot or if you have any type of addition to the image that you want to add, use Nano Banana, really good model to be able to bring those images together and then run it through the prompt. So here's what was created in literally 2 minutes and with that one prompt, which is pretty cool. So you could see the prompt here for your use. And then I want to highlight right here, this costs 27 cents to make, which if you think about agencies and all the different types of people that have to usually change hands in terms of the relationship of creating video, pretty phenomenal and something that you can experiment really quickly. I still think I have the same $20 in my accounts that I used, and I've probably done this 30 or 40 times. So it's really cost effective. All right, so account research from live web data. Here's the next one. So one of my friends was looking to do some really targeted messaging to a niche part of their audience. They were looking to identify and use traffic as a signal to be able to send outbound messages and to target their messaging. And so what I did was I created a way for us to scrape Perplexity to see what the traffic trends were over the last 3 months, and then make a recommendation in terms of what sequence to send and understand how to be more targeted in the messaging. So what's really cool about this is instead of your outbound messaging saying, hey, I noticed your traffic's declining, you can actually pull that into a variable with many platforms that you're using to send emails to say, hey, I noticed your traffic was declining by 47.6%. Here's how we help be able to help your company. So this one's a little complex, but really starts with Zapier in terms of getting data in and then running some basic company research, pulls the traffic from Perplexity, and then some mathematics to be able to determine. I'll quickly go over this because it is very technical and you have all the answers. You can go back and look. But the very first step that I'm doing is an AI step by Zapier to be able to do some basic company research. This is free inside of Zapier, so it's really cool to experiment to see what kind of results you can get with it. And then you're able to generate specific output fields to be able to work with them later on. Then I'm going into Perplexity to say, show me the traffic to be able to run it. And what you want to do here in terms of knowing what you're getting before you run these models through like a workflow is to log into Perplexity to see what they have. You could save money by using their basic models. It's powerful enough to be able to do this. And then you want to be very specific on the outputs. So you can see right here that I'm really telling it what I want. I only want JSON output of a couple different things so that I can work with that data in an easier method. And then finally, I'm formatting it with another AI prompt. And what I'm looking to do is to be able to really take all those pieces, because Perplexity will come spit out a big chat message. I'm just being able to pull these things into another step and then run mathematics. And the main thing to do here is I tried using an LLM to be able to be the determining factor of the scores. It wasn't consistent. So that's why I vibe coded some quick mathematics in terms of using some code. And what this will go through is calculate all of the different trends in traffic and then also make the recommendation of what sequence to send. All right, did I get you to all glaze over? No? Okay, we'll do one more. So that's how you can get started with GEO. As I mentioned, it's the latest frontier. And I use a Zapier agent to do this one, where I'm pretty much going in and analyzing a site, taking their sitemap, understanding what's going on with it, and then evaluating it based off the factors that are really important for GEO. The reason I did this as a Zapier agent is with all LLM content that you're getting back, you really want to validate it and verify it. And so what's really good about the Zapier agent is they have a Chrome extension, and when you're doing these types of SEO or GEO audits, you want to see what's on the page already so that you can validate, one, that it's good for your audience, but then also you're able to see it side by side. And within the agent, you can chat with it to modify it. So for example, if you're ranking on a certain set of keyword clusters, you can input that into the model, but then also you can make small tweaks to say, oh, there's some potential here, I didn't even realize that. And you're continuing to develop the model. And then the other component is it saves all that data inside the chat. So now it's contextually aware. When you go to the next version, which is analyzing page by page, you're able to start leveraging that same insight to be able to go through. So this one's an eye chart too, but this is pretty much all the research that I did in terms of what are the most important factors and how to rank. Think of this as like on-page SEO in terms of what the capabilities are, and then also understanding how you rank now so you can keep track of it over time, and then also specific code blocks to be able to improve and go directly on it. As we heard earlier today, GEO is fast, right? And so you can put these changes on your website. You can notice that you might not have schema for it and immediately see the results of it. So pretty cool. All right, thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's connect, and happy to answer any questions, or if it's that late in the day and you're ready to bounce, you can go.
Thank you. Thank you, Blake. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. So this concludes the, we can take questions offline, I guess, in the interest of time. We're running late. So this concludes our fall edition of Meetups and Summit. We will, do our meetups and the next summit in March, April. So the next summit will be April 3rd week, 22, 23. If you enjoyed the conference, enjoyed the content, please post on social media, especially LinkedIn. Tag AI Marketing. That'll be awesome. And thank you for sticking around. If you want to speak next time, you have some community things, if you have speakers or companies you want to showcase or do, then get in touch with me, and we can, we have a lot of time to organize. Thank you again very much for everyone to stick around. Thank you, Cyril and AI User Group, for all the work they've done to host this conference. Thank you again. Bye.